I'm going to call to order the June 25th, 2026 Board of Education meeting. Hello, everyone. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandeño, Tateviem, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. Interim Superintendent Dr. Macias, would you be willing to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you so much.
Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic.
Justice for all. Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Beauregard, can you please take the roll call?
Member Olson,
Present.
Member Agakanian. Member Agakanian is absent. Clerk Kano,
Present.
Vice President Weisberg. Present. President Ponser Kamkar.
I'm present. We have 4 members. We do have quorum. Number 5, reporting on closed session. I have a number of things to report on from closed session. So the first is on the motion of Member Weisberg, seconded by Member Olson. Based on the board's review and closed session of the findings of fact and recommendations submitted by the Administrative Hearing Panel, the board accepts the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel of suspended enforcement expulsion of student number 960045447 based on violation of Education Codes 48900C and 48915C3. The board adopts the plan of rehabilitation recommended by the panel with no modifications. The board sets the regular board meeting in May 2027 as a date on which the board will review the student for readmission. Ayes in favor were Weisberg, Olson, Kano, and Ponser Kamkar. No noes, no abstentions. On the motion of Member Olson, seconded by Member Weisberg, based upon the board's review and closed session of the findings of fact and recommendations submitted by the Administrative Hearing Panel, the board accepted the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel of suspended enforcement expulsion of student number 960043826 based on violations of Education Codes 48900A1, 48900A2, and 48915A1A. The board adopted the rehabilitation plan recommended by the panel with no modifications. The board set the regular board meeting in May 2027 as the date on which the board will review the student for readmission. Ayes in favor were Weisberg, Olson, Kano, and Ponser Kamkar. No noes, no abstentions. Additionally, tonight in closed session, the Board of Trustees approved and ratified the revocation of district staff's administrative approval and processing of the change of a separation status of a former employee from resignation to retirement and the district's payment of retiree health benefits for this former employee based on that status change. As a result, the separation status of this former employee shall return to resignation effective as that date of separation, and all district payments for retiree benefits for this employee will end. That motion was made by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Member Olson. The ayes in favor were Member Kano, Member Ponser Kamkar, Member Weisberg, Member Olson. No noes, no abstentions. All right, moving on to adjustments to the agenda. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda? Okay, easy peasy. 7 items for future agendas. For real? What is happening? All right, 8 presentations and recognitions. Do we have any presentations and recognitions? Just really burning right through it. All right. Number 9, reports from the board and staff. We have 9A, which is reports from our labor partners. We'll start. I don't see Sarah Schwartz from BTA. Good for her. I thought I saw Laura, but I don't know. Laura is probably waving from behind a pillar and I cannot see her. So, okay, got it. No reports from our labor partners. Reports from the superintendent. So Dr. Macias.
I do. Thank you very much, Madam President, to our board members, district leadership, and the greater community. Wanted to say a few things, and this is my final official meeting as interim. It's been a pleasure, and I'm very grateful for that. But I still want to continue to speak with honesty, gratitude, and hope. I'm going to poke a little bit and first talk about public education, our system in California, and working within the boundaries of funding. Now, we know California, our education system is a paradox. It's beautiful in purpose, broken in practice, but still absolutely worth fighting for. We're always celebrating in this great state innovation and equity, yet we chronically underfund the very system that make those values real. I and a lot of individuals here in this room have lived this contradiction. I've done it as a teacher, a principal, district administrator, and again, very gratefully as your interim superintendent. Our funding challenges as a state is not a mystery. They are a mirror. We cannot demand excellence while funding scarcity. Public education is not a consumer product. It is a public good, and public goods require public investment. So our work ahead as a community will include advocacy, will include state engagement, local partnership. We'll be poking at our local legislators and members of you in the community. We must keep fighting together to reflect that truth. So thank you for letting me say that. Before anything else done, before I go further, I really want to thank and pause and honor all the employees who have retired this year and have chosen that path of retirement. To every educator, to every classified professional, every administrator who have given their career to public education, and especially here in Burbank, thank you. You have helped shape generations. You have impacted classroom hallways and our hearts. Specifically, there are two extraordinary individuals. They're probably not listening, and it's okay because they're retired and they're hopefully traveling. I want to shout out Jose Valle from John Burroughs High School, Bronco Sevic from John Muir Middle School. I've had the pleasure to have known them for a great number of years. They're not only exceptional teachers and coaches, they're exceptional human beings. Their influence will never be quantified, and their legacy can never really truly be measured. But their presence here in our districts and our classrooms, our communities will always be felt deeply. So I congratulate them. We should congratulate them, including all our other retirees. Tonight, I also want to extend my gratitude deeply to the partners this year and throughout my career here in Burbank, City Council, City Manager, Assistant City Manager, Justin, Courtney, thank you. To our police department, our fire department, Burbank Council PTA, Family Service Agency, the Boys and Girls Club, Burbank Arts and Education Foundation, the Burbank Human Relations Council, and forgive me if I forgot any other community partners. You guys are all amazing and awesome. Thank you for continuing your efforts. To our countless number of our small businesses around the area here for your donations, your sponsorships, and your advocacy. Keep doing that, and thank you for your partnership. To our labor partners, BTA, Burbank Teachers Association, California School Employees Association, and Burbank Association of School Administrators, thank you again for your professionalism, your partnership, and your unwavering commitment to our students. Continue to work together, and thank you for that. Personally, and this one's hard, always want to thank the people who've made it very possible for me on a personal level. You all know me to be very family oriented. So to my family and close loved ones, thank you for holding me up when the work was heavy, for giving me the space and time and the energy and support, especially when the noise got real loud. Thank you for always being the calming force and the support. You steadied me. Alongside that, writing became a very huge source for me of also selling the waters. Some of my writings I've shared privately. I continue to plan on writing. If you're interested, seek me out. Happy to share that. But again, I want to thank my family's unwavering presence and their quiet discipline throughout this year. It's not been easy. Now, despite the challenges of this year, I am very hopeful for the future of Burbank Unified. It is really grounded in a lot of momentum. And I want to point out that recently we had two very powerful days at Principals Institute with our principals and our assistant principals and district leadership. The energy in that room was powerful. It was very raw and real, and it's the beginning of a new chapter. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have a new superintendent, Dr. McCoy. He's bringing us vision, steadiness, and a deep belief in what this district can become. So I am proud to be a part of that team. I'm proud of the team he is building. It is thoughtful, it is strategic, and it's definitely aligned with what this district needs. To the community, people who have chosen this path of education, thank you. This year, you have carried an emotional amount of labor. A lot of it we don't know about, a lot of it is unseen. Thank you for still choosing Burbank Unified. Thank you for operating under these conditions. It's only going to get better. It really is. Thank you for your service and truly, truly appreciate your commitment to Burbank. So before I close, only the title is changing for me. My service remains strong. I am committed to my mission, committed to Burbank Unified. You will continue to see me. You definitely will continue to see my bow tie. I may leave the role. I have another role in Ed Services that I'm really isolating and excited about. Have a strong vision for it. I'm excited to work with the team. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for the service. I have a lot of belief in this town, a lot of belief in this city, our partners, our faculty, support staff, administrators. I just want to thank everyone for the privilege of serving. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Macias. All right. Let's move to request to address the board. 10A. You send me the cards. Thank you. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or on any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a request card and turning it into Ms. Beauregard. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education. Following public comment, the board can direct the superintendent and staff to meet with members of the public to better understand their concerns or points of view. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. Do we have any virtual speakers? No. Okay. So then I have 3 cards. My first is that guy, followed by Teresa Medina.
You know, that person to your right there, didn't stand for the flag salute for over 2 years. And tonight, she pretended. She didn't put her hand over her heart. She didn't say the words. She just so I always wonder what's that about, because I think America's a pretty great place. And, it's our anniversary, 250 years. Something happened 49 years ago today. The rainbow flag made its first appearance and it was recognized. And I think that's a pretty cool deal. Something else happened. A lady died 39 years ago today, and I wonder if you remember her. Her name was Clara Peller, and she made a little commercial for Wendy's. And the gist of it was she had a big hamburger bun and a little tiny piece of beef. And she says, "Where's the beef?" And that's her whole shtick. Where's the beef? So I read your report on tonight's agenda about the Sobel deal, and what a fraud you perpetrated on all of us. How disappointing that report is. It's paper thin, and I wonder what is there to redact, I'm sorry. What is there? I mean, the folks, we all want to know what happened. It's not a complicated question. Who knew what and when, and who did what? And the report kind of talks about Tabit and her field stuff. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Talks about Paramo and his hiring a pal. I wonder, what does that have to do with it? We're trying to get to the meat of it. So where's the beef? It's just that simple. It's a trick, a fraud. All this time, how much did you pay? How much did all of us pay the Sobel Group to complete this report? Because I thought we'd been cheated again. If I were you, I'd resign. It's that embarrassing. You should be ashamed. Somebody's got to be responsible. We had the interim superintendent telling us what a great guy he was. Talk about Paramo. And by the way, Mr. Paramo, if you're watching, I've got some words for you. My phone number is 818-442-8118. And I hope he has the guts to call me because I'll tell him what I think about this whole event very directly. Now, we've had, I say the same thing. To me, I sound like a broken record or a parakeet or something saying the same thing to you folks. Please be fiscally responsible with our money. Please don't destroy us. I'm not going to live to pay off the bond that you passed again, $1 billion. You cranked up the cost for everybody living in Burbank for more than 30 years because you sell the bonds incrementally. So it's a long time. And, I worry about the children that you're destroying their future financially. You don't teach them about stuff like that because that would, that's not on your narrative to actually teach about what happens and stuff like that. But we're kind of hinting around a parcel tax again, and that is really problematic to me. I don't mind paying my share. I'm happy to pay it, but I don't want to watch you waste money year after year after year and then come ask for more and run this outfit into the ground and say, oh, we don't have enough money. And that's what I'm telling you in advance. And I've said it for many, many years. And we have teachers that are coming now and they're saying things like, we haven't had a pay raise in 3 years. That's a direct quote. But they're giving you half the story because teachers are paid many ways. They get other kinds of stipends. They get longevity bonuses. It's built into their contracts. Just for showing up, they get pay raises, thanks to the unions. They don't have to be good teachers, but they get the pay raises. So all I want is a level playing field. I say, let's have a discussion about how teachers are paid. That's never happened. And I've asked for it for more than a decade. And I think that's fair. And if we had a speaker here at the last meeting, this person got a 17.4% increase from 21 to 24. I don't have the most current records. I'm trying to get them. She got $17,000 raise between 21 and 24. That's seven.
It's your time, Mr. Schlossman. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, that guy. Excuse me.
That's okay.
Take care.
Miss Teresa Medina, followed by Brian Roberts, and then that's the last card that I have.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Medina. Again, I am the parent of 3 sons with IEPs in this district. I was before this board on June 4th, on June 18th, about their lack of reading intervention. I'm back tonight because today at 4:18, 2.5 hours before this meeting, I received a phone call from the Director of Special Education. Not a written response, a phone call. That matters because it's a pattern. For 3 years, my concerns to the district have been met verbally, almost never in writing. Lack of prior written notices, no documented responses, no one I can hold accountable. Tonight, I want to be clear. A phone call 2 hours before a board meeting is not a resolution. It's a checkoff. Here's what I was told today. A reading program would be available in the fall, but it would require my sons to give up an elective to access it. That tells me this district still treats reading intervention as something that competes with the student's schedule, not something embedded in their education. My sons need a structured multisensory reading program during the summer and during their school day, and it shouldn't be a trade-off for an elective. I was told no decision can be made tonight because this is the last board meeting before summer recess, and the district goes dormant until administration returns in mid-July. My sons enter senior and sophomore years this fall. Another summer is passing with no resolved reading program, while the district's own calendar becomes the only reason nothing moves. I also raise again, the 3 settlement agreements have not produced meaningful progress for my sons. I was told this is an individual matter, that each student's needs are met individually. And I agree, every student is an individual. But your own dashboard shows students with disabilities are the only group with a red rating in English language arts. And those only group and the only group who scored decline this year, based on your data. This is not 3 individual stories. This is a pattern documented. So tonight, again, I am asking this board for the same 4 things. A district-funded Linda Mood Bell summer reading program for Angel, Adrian, and Adam as compensatory education. All prior written notices for all 3 children. A name, a funded reading intervention embedded in the school day in August, not an elective trade-off. And a firm written date for a substantiated response, not a phone call 2 hours before a meeting, a date in writing that I can hold the district to. I've been coming to this podium for 3 weeks, maybe even longer, I think, can keep the dates together anymore. And I will keep coming back until my sons have what your own data says they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. Last, I have Brian Roberts.
Good evening, board. My name is Brian Roberts. I'm the parent of a student at John Burroughs High School. I'm following up on the public comment I made at the June 18th school board meeting regarding our family's education records request. To recap, on June 1st, we submitted a written request for our child's education records under California Ed Code 49069, which entitles parents to inspect any and all of their child's records held by the district. The law required production within 5 business days by June 9th. On June 11th, the district produced only a partial set 3 days late, missing entire categories of records and with no redaction log and no withholding log, explaining what was withheld or why. Since our request at the last board meeting, we have seen meaningful progress and attempts by site admin to fulfill the records request. However, records have come only piecemeal, a document or 2 at a time, and only after we've identified each one by name. As of tonight, the production remains incomplete with still no withholding log. 3 things about how these records have been handled concern us. First, some of the records produced this past weekend were printed on and hold timestamps of June 2nd, 2026, early within the legal 5-day window. This begs the question, why were they separated and set aside from the partial set of records that they provided on June 11th? Why were they withheld for another 3 weeks? Second, many of the records we have now received are records that multiple site admin previously told us were not releasable. Third, we've been told that the incoming district administration encourages releasing records that the prior administration would release only under subpoena. Records the law unequivocally requires districts to release without one. Taken together, at least a portion of the initial lack of fulfillment was not difficulty locating records. It was a decision to withhold them, blamed on district guidance. We want to acknowledge that the incoming administration's different approach to records transparency is a very real and welcome step in the right direction. But it is disappointing to see so concretely that under this board's oversight, the previous district administration has been allowed to deny families the records that the law requires. We ask the board to ensure the district fully meet its obligation under state and federal law to produce the complete file at once with the required logs and to review the district's records holding and release practices more broadly. This is the last board meeting until August. We respectfully ask this not wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Okay, that is my last card. I would direct staff to make sure that they are meeting with Ms. Medina and Mr. Roberts to work on their concerns. Between now and the next board meeting, I'd like to have a report back on the progress that we make on this. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to 11 reports to the board. Our first is 11A, the Sobel investigation executive summary. I have something to introduce this. So by way of introduction to our council, this is the letter that went out introducing the summary that we released. In June 2025, following an internal investigation by district staff, we learned that former board member Charlene Tabbitt participated in improving and likely personally profited from a contract now widely known as the Specialized Support Services Contract. In the course of staff's internal investigation, additional issues of concern involving Tabbitt and others also came to light. Because of the seriousness of the Specialized Support Services contract and some of these other concerns, the board directed the district's general counsel to retain an independent investigator, the Sobel Group, to conduct a thorough independent investigation. At the time the board authorized this investigation, we also committed to provide the BUSD community with additional information as appropriate and as available. Sobel's report is now complete. While it is an attorney-client privilege document consistent with our commitment to share additional information, we are providing an executive summary of Sobel's key findings on the primary issues of concern. Employees' names and most titles have been generally omitted from the summary in an abundance of caution to ensure compliance with the employee confidentiality, privacy, and other protected interests. The district's general counsel will provide a presentation of the key findings at tonight's meeting. Finally, early in the new school year, the board will make the findings from the Sobel report available for review to the BUSD community after appropriate redactions are completed by district council. With regard to the contract, the report confirms what we knew from staff's internal investigation, but with significantly more detail. Former trustee Tabbitt abused her office and breached the trust of the board, the district, and the BUSD community for personal gain. She also misused her office to obtain preferential treatment or advantage in other ways over the course of years. The report further reveals how and when others in the district had knowledge of, participated in, or supported, often under pressure, Tabbitt's activities. Finally, the report also revealed important weaknesses in the district's human resources, fiscal, and other operational policies, procedures, and practices that must be addressed. To be clear, the report reveals unacceptable lapses and conduct at many levels within the district. Regardless, the care and shepherding of the district ultimately falls on the board, and we are firmly committed to fulfilling that responsibility. The completion of the Sobel investigation and leadership's critical analysis of its findings is an important step in continuing that work, but this will not be our first step, nor is it likely to be our last. Whatever further actions are needed based on the Sobel findings will continue under the leadership of our new superintendent, Dr. Tom McCoy. We are confident in and excited about Dr. McCoy's leadership and vision. He already has a clear action plan in partnership with the board to take any additional steps needed to address this unfortunate past and, most importantly, return our community focus to our core mission of teaching, learning, and offering the best high-quality instructional programs available to our students and families. Hi.
Thank you, Madam President. You teed that up well for me. You talked about the first part of why the investigation was done and did an excellent job at it. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what the investigation entailed, as well as some of the findings that we can talk about today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Marlon Wadlington with Atkinson Andelson, Loya, Rood, and Romo.
Thank you, Mr. Wellington.
David Sobel and his group interviewed approximately 34 witnesses and reviewed extensive documentation and other evidence in preparing a report regarding what arose out of a potential violation of a contract, the SSS contract, as we call it here, a special services agreement, which at the time, no one knew that ex-board member Charlene Tabbitt was an actual owner of that corporation. Let's see. I think the most notable thing that came out of the investigation initially is that former board member Charlene Tabbitt and former superintendent Dr. Paramo both declined to participate in this investigations. And so the investigation wasn't informed by their participation. Tabbitt was the owner of SSS and intentionally tried to conceal this information from the district. Certain district staff, including Paramo, did know or should have known of Tabbitt's involvement in SSS at or near the exception of the contract in August or September of 2024. The contract was actually approved by the board in September of 2024. At that time, other members of the board did not have knowledge of Tabbitt's personal involvement in SSS or the contract and did not learn this information until May or June of 2025. And as was stated by the president here, The investigation and the retention of Sobel came about based upon that knowledge that arose in June of 2025. Going back in August of 2024, a district employee did have concerns about the SSS contract and Tibet's involvement. The employee shared those concerns with one district leader, but neither shared those concerns with any other leaders in the district or the board. Contrary to district procedures, SSS did not submit adequate documentation of services performed in relation to the contract that was approved in September of 2024. Instead, a district employee both prepared and approved an invoice for payment to SSS. SSS largely did not perform, meaning Tibet largely didn't perform and deliver the work required by the contract, which certain members had knowledge of after the contract was executed. However, SSS was still paid the full contracted amount of $90,000, and there actually ended up being a $3,000 overpayment for a total of $93,000. During the interviews with numerous individuals, other incidents came up that became a part of the investigation in order for the board to be completely transparent with its constituents. And the investigator was asked to look into those issues too. And one of those issues was the Knoll contract. Paramo led the hiring of his personal trainer, Isaiah Knoll, to provide athletic training services for students. The hiring process did not follow the normal district procedure. Members of the district staff had serious concerns regarding Knoll's qualifications and experience and ability to perform the services. Despite those concerns, the contract was approved and payments to Knoll were approved by Paramo and or another member of the district leadership team, presumably at Paramo's direction. Paramo?
Yeah, it's Paramo.
Yeah, Paramo. Forgive me if that happens again, okay? The checks for Mr. Knoll, unlike in other situations in the district's practice, were actually sent to the superintendent's office for pickup by Knoll. That was one of the issues that came up as well. A second issue, the Vikings field use. Ms. Tibet was a president of Vikings Youth Sports Program, and over a period of years, she used her position as a board member to gain preferential access to the use of district facilities for the Vikings. The report found that she pressured and intimidated district staff to allow Vikings to book the use of the district football fields out of compliance with the district's facility use policies and procedures. She also used this preferential access with preferential rates to then sublet the fields at higher rates to other users. In some instances, even where another group had the right to use a facility with a proper use permit, Vikings would force the other group to give up their use in favor of its use by the Vikings. Vikings also did not pay all of its invoice fees or consistently comply with other district use requirements, but was still permitted continued facility use because of Tibet's intimidation of or pressure of district employees. The next issue that was investigated was Ms. Tibet's involvement with the Christmas tree lot. And she took over the operation of the Christmas tree lot business that used the district school site for several years. A promise was made to take some of the proceeds from that Christmas tree lot sale and give it back to the school sites, which did not occur. And it was also not determined whether or not she actually had a facilities use permit to actually use the lot, the school site. The final, actually not the final, but another issue that was addressed was storage containers that were being used by Ms. Tibet. She arranged for the placing of multiple storage units on district property without a use permit or other proper authorizations. For an extended period, district staff did not have access to those units and did not know what they were being used for. When district staff ultimately gained access to the units Staff discovered items related to the Christmas tree lot, the Vikings football group, and what appeared to be personal items that related to Tibet, or one of her associates. The final thing that was uncovered during the investigation, as many individuals were spoken with and interviewed, was that there were some weaknesses in the district's human resource department, fiscal department, and other operational policies, procedures, and practices in those areas. As an example of those issues, there was a lack of appropriate controls for district facilities, access to keys, a lack of proper controls and separation of responsibilities for payroll approvals, and inappropriate sharing of district system credentials between employees. Getting into the specific findings, you kind of got a teaser of it already, but SSS was a corporation that was owned by Tibet, and she tried to hide her personal involvement in SSS from the district at the time the contract was approved in September of 2024. In addition to being the actual owner of the company, she also voted to approve it, which she participated in the vote. That was another one of the findings. At the time the contract was approved, other employees of the board were not aware of Tibet's involvement in SSS or the contract. They became aware of Tibet's personal involvement in the contract in May or June of 2025, as stated when it was brought to the attention of leadership. Tibet used her position as board member to intimidate, influence, and threaten district employees with regard to the SSS contract. Help me out here. Paramo, we got it. Paramo and another district employee knew or should have known of Tibet's personal involvement with SSS in August or September of 2024. At or near the time the SSS contract was originally approved, a district employee involved in its approval had concerns about the contract and reported those concerns to a member of district leadership staff, but did not report the concerns to anyone else. Certain district employees were aware that SSS was not providing sufficiently completed work product under the contract, but still authorized and made payments to SSS. Payments were made to SSS without invoice documentation provided by SS, as discussed earlier, and the actual pay requests were internally generated by a district employee. Payment warrants for SSS were redirected to the superintendent's offices, as said earlier, for Tibet to pick up in person. The contract amount was in excess of what would have been paid to an internal employee to do the work or another outside contractor for the same services. Total payments did exceed the original amount approved of $90,000 by $3,000. Moving on to the Knoll contract. It was determined that Knoll was a personal trainer for the former superintendent. Paramo arranged for the district to hire Knoll to perform athletic training services to district students, bypassing the normal hiring procedures. Several district staff members had serious concerns regarding Knoll's credentials and experience to provide the services. Several district and staff members had concerns that Knoll was not, in fact, providing all of the contracted services. One senior member of district staff leadership had concerns regarding the Knoll contract, but still signed off on the payments to Knoll at the direction of Paramo. Knoll's payments were redirected to the superintendent, similar to Tibet's payments, where he would pick them up in person. The findings related to the Vikings have pretty much already been discussed. She did intimidate, influence, and threaten VUSD employees to get preferential facilities use for the Vikings. The Vikings paid out at a Category 1, which is a lower fee for facilities use because it's usually a nonprofit or has some other arrangement with the district or sometimes the city. But they are allowed a lower fee. Instead, she should have been paying out for the Vikings at the higher Category 3 fee. The Vikings did kick other groups off of district fields, even when those groups had the appropriate field use permit. Due to this preferential treatment, she was allowed to book the fields way in advance and block the fields used by other entities and organizations, and then at times sublet use to other organization at a higher fee than the Vikings were charged. Despite that, the Vikings did not fully pay their invoice fees to the district. And during the lifetime of her tenure with the Vikings did not maintain their 501c3 status, being delinquent in that area since January of 2022. So that is our overview of the report. I think it is available online, correct me if I'm wrong. So this was another attempt to make sure everybody had what the district had at this time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wellington.
Thank
More to come. All right. It is available on the website, and as the letter I read earlier, there's more to come on that as it is appropriately redacted. Dr. Hasty, 11B, report on excess reserves.
Should be quick. And I will just show the attachment as I talk because typically we would include this in it is actually in the budget narrative also. However, the next round, when we bring this next year, we will make it part of the PowerPoint very, very explicit. So we'll meet this statutory requirement. Again, we're following past practice of the district, but this will also help us with eliminating a board item in the future. But to make this quick, this item is a statutory requirement, reporting requirement under Ed Code 42127, because the district is proposing a budget with reserve that exceed the state's minimum reserve of economic uncertainties, which is that 3%. We are required to publicly report the amount of those reserves and explain why the district is maintaining them. For a district our size, the state requires that we maintain a minimum 3% reserve for economic uncertainties. Based on the proposed 26-27 budget, the minimum reserve equals $6,975,160. This board has adopted a local fiscal policy to maintain an additional 3% reserve, bringing our total reserve target to approximately 13.9 million, or 6% of the general fund. So just want to make sure that the board has this information. The district believes maintaining the 6% reserve is both prudent and fiscally responsible to do our best to continue in the future.
Okay, so we can't have less than a 3%. And if we have more than a 3%, we have to do a resolution on it.
Correct. Or we have to commit that money. Yep.
Okay.
Once we, yep.
All right, great. And we are, do we need to approve this or no?
It's a report.
This is just a report. Okay, got it. Thank you. 12A, resolution on good governance commitments. Dr. McCoy, do you want to present this one, or do you want me to talk about it? I think you should, because you put it together.
Thank you, President Ponser, Kamkar, trustee, staff, and guests. The board tonight is considering Resolution 56 on good governance commitments, and this is following the district's policies and systems that need to be updated, and that update was validated by the Sobel report, which we've just heard the executive summary, and just to echo the board's sentiment that redacted versions of the summary findings will be available in the early fall. And those will also be posted, and at a certain point, we'll just have a web page with all this information that's posted. So as we go through the good governance resolution, that sets our course forward. And really, as you read through this, it's the update to board bylaws, the 9000 series. Those are the bylaws specific to the board that are in our board policies. We're also recommending a couple of board policy updates around certificated, around how we hire and management, and how we define panels and hiring procedures around facility use. And the board's given us direction as the incoming staff to get into the middle of all our systems in human resources and fiscal services to ensure that we have what you'll see in the resolution is a segregation of duties. And so we heard tonight that if a person writes a purchase order, approves it, and pays it, then that's an opportunity for wrongdoing. And so when we see segregation of duties, we mean ensuring that those are three separate functions for three separate employees with the checks and balances that should be present in the system. So I will defer to President Ponser Kamkar, who's going to read the resolution into the record.
Yep, I'll read it and then we can discuss if there's any questions or changes. So Board Resolution 56 on good governance. Whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District is committed to good governance, sound fiscal practices, a positive workplace, and a primary focus on students. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District shall develop and approve operational norms, meeting protocols, and district goals that reflect good governance memorialized in a guidebook available to the public. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District to protect, I think we need a verb there, to protect public confidence in the integrity of the district's work shall develop and approve an updated policy for a code of ethics, Board Bylaw 9271. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District to protect the public confidence in the integrity of the district work shall develop and approve an updated policy for limits of board member authority, Board Bylaw 9200. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District to protect the public confidence in the integrity of the district's work shall participate in annual Brown Act training and shall develop and approve an updated policy for meeting conduct, Board Bylaw 9323. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District to protect confidence in the integrity of the district's work shall develop and approve an updated policy for agenda and meeting materials, Board Bylaw 9322. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District shall direct the superintendent to update and modernize the district's human resources, fiscal, and payroll systems to ensure accurate, timely, and verifiable processes with appropriate segregation of duties. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District shall develop and approve an updated policy for recruitment and selection of certificated and classified supervisory personnel, Board Policy 4111, 4211, 4311. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District shall develop and approve an updated policy for use of school facilities, Board Policy 1330. And whereas the board shall meet in board retreats to discuss good governance as well as to develop, review, and approve these policies. And whereas the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District shall develop, review, and approve and implement the policies referenced in this resolution by December 2026. And now therefore be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education makes a commitment to good governance and the work necessary to achieve it. I think when I said I needed a verb, I think we're good. Yes. Okay. Once you read it out loud, of course, it sounds different. Any discussion on this item? Board Member Olson.
I just want to say that I feel like this gives us such an excellent roadmap ahead. And I want to just make sure that in January of 2027, that maybe we have a report to kind of acknowledge the progress and work that we have set forth, because now we have to get to work. I won't be here, but I'll be happily watching it. But I am grateful for the collective effort to get this done.
Dr. Weisberg.
I mean, it's interesting because when you read the resolution, I think your first impulse is to say, well, yeah, that's your job as a Board of Education, right? And the answer is on a simplistic level, yes, it is, right? But one of the things that I think has come out of the past year is how many of the policies and procedures that have guided the work that we've done have been antiquated and outdated and in desperate need of update. And so, one of the things that it can be both exciting and challenging about being a board member is, and maybe it's slightly different in other districts, but in conversations I've had with board members in other places, there's very little onboarding. So you may come from an education background, you may come from a fiscal background, you may bring lots of different things, but some of the ins and outs, you just don't know until you start to do the work. And there are certainly workshops you can take and things that you can do, but the longer you serve on the board, I think for me personally, what I experience is how much more there is to learn than I knew coming in. And so what's exciting about this is that it highlights, yes, the fundamental work that we as board members should be doing. But what I think is most exciting about it is the ability to look at it through a new lens, to identify that a lot of the things we've let guide us need to be strengthened, need to be changed. And Dr. McCoy, it's been really interesting to hear you talk about, I'll give an example. I think it was during your interview where you were talking about our board meetings and you referenced our response to public comment. You referenced a couple of different things about the way we conduct our meetings. And you're like, well, why do you do it that way? And I was like, there's another way to do it, So some of it is about interacting and getting these new ideas, these fresh ideas, and being able to be better at these specifics, to be better at the policies and procedures. And so I don't, so I think if someone is reading this and says, well, isn't that what you're supposed to be doing? Yeah, absolutely. But improving and strengthening and really looking hard at how we're doing our job is really important. And this is the beginning of that. And so I'm really excited about our retreats. I'm excited about getting into the mud of all of this and figuring out how to make changes, not just, we're talking about board meetings, we're also talking about governance on all levels. So I'm excited about it. I like that there's something to hold us accountable beyond just the fact that we should be doing our jobs. But this is, like you said, it's a great roadmap. And I'm excited to get to work with all of this.
Yeah, I think, we had a board goal that we set in January to have a board governance manual, right? By the end of September, which I think this lays that out as well. It doesn't have the date in there, which is fine. But that was our board goal. I think that's still on track, right? Though we may still change some of the board policies that it's referencing, right? And to Dr. Weisberg's point about lack of onboarding, that can become an onboarding tool because we are going to have at least one, if not two, new board members next year. And those people will need to be onboarded, right? And so I really think that the continuous improvement is something that we can't take our eye off of. This becomes an opportunity to really do a hard reset on our governance policies. And so I appreciate this. Anything to add, Ms. Connell? Okay, great. Can I have a motion and a second on this then?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Board Member Kano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we are going to move to 12B, acceptance of the 24-25 Measure S annual report from the School Facilities Oversight Committee. Dr. Hasty.
Thank you. This item is an annual requirement under Proposition 39 in California Education Code. Each year, the School Facilities Oversight Committee, or in some places, this is CBOC, the Community Citizens Oversight Committee, is required to prepare and present an annual report to the Board of Education summarizing its oversight activities, reviewing the independent financial and performance audits, and confirming that bond proceeds have been spent only on voter-approved projects. Following the presentation, the board's role is to formally receive and accept the committee's annual report. This action acknowledges receipt of the report as required by law and recognizes the committee's independent oversight of the Measure S bond program. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the members of the Measure S School Facilities Oversight Committee for volunteering their time and expertise. Definitely lots of expertise there to serve our community. Their work provides an important layer of transparency and accountability for our taxpayers. At this time, I'd like to introduce Justin Warsham, Chair of the Measure S School Facilities Oversight Committee, who will present the committee's 24-25 Measure S Annual Report.
Hello.
Guys, I hope that my formality in any way, shape, or form, not my entire time. There we go. Sorry. Do you want me to start over? We'll go back to one. You take it up, Jason. You got it. Anyway, we had our annual audit report. Everything came back fine. There was nothing wrong with that. So I don't really have anything to report other than the report that we gave you. Nothing special. Nothing's been different in the time I've been in there.
Thank you. So I know that this committee has been
doing the work for a really long time and I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. Have we now spent down all of the Measure S money?
Yes, this will be the last year. We will have to have another.
One
audit.
more report.
Yeah, there's
one more.
this
update.
fiscal year, we will have spent all of the Measure S money. So this report is from last fiscal year. So we used to meet monthly and now we're meeting about every 5 to 6 months just to wrap up. So we're going to do, I think we're meeting again in January 2027 to receive the audit report for this current fiscal year.
Okay.
And then we will meet again to present the report to the committee, and then I'll be back here again with my dumb face to see you guys again.
It's a great
Said one last time. Sorry, Dr. Macias.
Thank you for bringing your face.
Oh, well,
um,
anytime.
And your expertise to the meeting. We really appreciate it. And please pass along our gratitude to the rest of the committee because,
Will do.
you know, it's been a long slog on Measure S and, you know, some amazing work has
It never
happened.
comes up. It doesn't, thank you, but
It
it's
never
not bad. It's not, we used to meet at 7:30 and I think the last couple meetings we've had
I
at
do
4:30 in the
remember
afternoon. It's not bad. It's, if anybody out there happens, if you're the kind of person who's watching this stream, then this is definitely something you should do.
Join the
I recommend it. It's a great way to get involved, especially if you have like a background in like networking, if you have an IT background or a construction background, real estate background, it's a great committee. I've been very fortunate. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So can I get a motion in a second to accept the SFOC annual report for Measure S?
So moved.
Second, looked like you wanted to move.
Moved by Ms. Wilson, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations to our
Thank you.
S
The mic on.
committee.
Can I
Thank
ask
you.
a quick question?
Oh, sure. Sorry, I forgot to
You-
do
either you
discussion.
Can or whoever can, but these reports are so great. If somebody wanted to read them who wasn't us or didn't have the agenda, are they somewhere on our website?
Yes, they will be made available to the public on the website.
Okay, great. Because you thought I was kidding, but I was serious. That I actually think that these reports are really helpful and informative, and I think that there are definitely people in the community who would like to read them. And so
We have an archive of all the previous reports there.
Yeah.
that I know. I just meant the more. So that's
You
it.
can also email me and I can send it to you if you want
don't
a
know
little
if you
more
want-
personal touch or whatever.
Yes, please.
I can give out my phone number too.
Your
if you like.
time for free.
All right. Thanks, guys.
I look forward to the lucky number 13 as your final one. All right. 12C, acceptance of the 24-25 Measure ABC annual reports. Dr. Hasty.
Again, fulfilling our annual requirement under Proposition 39 of California Ed Code, the School Facilities Oversight Committee is required to prepare and present an annual report to the Board of Education summarizing its oversight activities, reviewing the independent financial and performance audits, and confirming the bond proceeds have been spent only on voter-approved projects. Following the presentation, the board's role is to receive, just like we did the last one, the audit and accept. I'd also like to recognize and thank the members of the School Facilities Oversight Committee for Measure ABC for volunteering their time. They've been amazing. Their work is essential to maintaining, again, transparency, that accountability, and public confidence in how bond dollars are spent. I am pleased I would like to invite Kristen Morris, Chair of the School Facilities Oversight Committee. Kristen has led the committee through its inaugural year, overseeing the Measure ABC bond program, and will present the committee's first annual report to the board.
Hi, Kirsten.
Hi, guys. Yeah, so I guess in Burbank, we wear multiple hats. Tonight,
heard
it's
of it.
definitely purely SFOC community member Kirsten Morris. I'm going to be more formal. I feel like the information.
I'm
that
still
we're-
happy to see your face.
I love to see all of your faces and I appreciate you all for your work, everyone in this room. But this responsibility it's really important to me to make sure that I relay the information correctly. So I shall read this and then afterwards, if you have questions, I have the report and I'm happy to answer. Good evening, President Ponser Kamkar, trustees, Dr. Macias, Dr. McCoy, members of the cabinet, all of you staff, wonderful staff, and community members. My name is Kirsten Morris, and I serve as the chair of the School Facilities Committee Oversight Bond for Measure ABC. On behalf of the committee, I'm pleased to present the 24-25 annual report to the Board of Education. Just some information for the community. Proposition 39 requires the establishment of an independent citizens oversight committee whenever a school bond is approved for vote by voters. Our role going forward, started when we were established, is to ensure that the bond proceeds are spent strictly on voter-approved school facilities projects and never on teacher salaries, administrative pay, or other operating expenses. These voter-approved projects are outlined and prioritized in the school facilities master plan. And I want to make sure that everyone in the community understands this and knows that this is on the website. You can go and you can look. It's very extensive. And it is a working document that can always be updated, and the district should be doing that. And I know you guys are going to be doing that, and I'm thankful for that. But I want the community to understand that the priorities are there so that we as a committee understand exactly what they are and what we're looking for when we're committing the oversight work that we're doing. The California Education Code also requires the committee to review the annual independent financial and performance audits. These are two separate audits. I did some training on this. I would love the community, if you aren't sure what they are, if you guys don't know, please look them up. They're not the same. They're different. They have different purposes. I'm glad you guys do both. I think it's excellent. So please look at that if you need to and you're curious. There's no bad questions, guys. We need to keep the public informed regarding the expenditures of bond funds. This annual report serves as our official communication to the Board of Education and to Burbank community as a whole regarding these oversight activities. The report summarizes our responsibilities during the fiscal year and includes a summary of the independent financial and performance audits conducted for Measure ABC bond program. So specifically for ABC, it's separated from Measure S and separated from any other spending that the district does. I need the community to understand that. These audits were conducted by Clifton Larson Allen LLP. Their findings were then formally presented to the SFOC and to the Board of Education. Additionally, the report highlights the district's initial Measure ABC projects, including major roofing improvements that were completed across 10 school sites throughout the district. It provides a financial recap of bond revenues, expenditures, and remaining proceeds, while identifying several upcoming projects that will continue to improve BUSD facilities. We're excited about this. This is the joyful part about this committee that I can share. I love seeing what's happening in Burbank and how the bond funds are being put toward good use and the betterment for our children. I love it. So I can't get enough of it. So many of these upcoming projects actually already started as soon as school got out. It started. So it's great. You guys, if you're driving around, you'll see the construction happening and it's awesome. Officially, our findings. So after reviewing the independent financial and performance audits, the committee found no evidence of improper expenditures or misuse of bond funds. We have determined that Measure ABC bond proceeds were expended for voter-approved purposes and in strict accordance with Proposition 39 requirements. The committee deeply appreciates the district's cooperation and transparency throughout this process because it's been a lot. So thank you, guys. I would like to thank my committee members for their time, their dedication, their commitment in ensuring the accountability to the taxpayers of Burbank. The questions have been deep and thoughtful, and I'm very grateful for the group that surrounds me. They really do their homework, and I'm glad to work with them. I especially want to send a shout out to our district staff, to Crystal Kazakos, Robin Rickman, Malihe Shokui, and Dr. Hasty for your steady communication and support thus far. It's been very helpful to us. On behalf of the School Facilities Oversight Committee for Bond Measure ABC, I respectfully submit the 24-25 annual report to the Board of Education. The SFOC recommends that you receive and accept the report.
Thank you so much, Ms. Morris. Can I have a motion, a second, and then we'll do discussion?
So moved. Second.
All right, discussion on this. Dr. Weisberg.
I'm one of the two board members lucky enough to, I don't know what we call it, like assigned or.
Yeah, sure. I think
To-
you're technically ex officio.
whatever. I mean, anybody could go to the meetings, but as board members, only two of us can be at any one thing at a time that's official. And so I've been able to go either on Zoom or in person. And it's really enlightening to see. One, you just are struck with how many amazing community members we have that are giving up hours of their evening to I mean, but it's volunteer to talk about bond money being spent on facilities upgrades. I mean, that's not the most exciting thing for people, but it really speaks to the kind of community that we have. So I've learned a lot through just being present in the space and listening. I'm really grateful to everyone for being as thorough as they have been. And it's just, there's more to come for sure, but it actually is. And I think that's one of the things that's been so hard about the past year is that as we've struggled to sort of come up for air, we're missing so many really wonderful moments of achievement. Not to replace the moments of struggle, but we have to acknowledge that we are fixing buildings, we are creating things, we are updating things, and that's something to celebrate. And I'm really grateful that you guys are helping shepherd that process through. So please, I'll see you guys at the next meeting, but thanks to you and the entire team for that. And Dr. Hasty to you as well, and Lee Hay and Robin.
Anyone else? Ms. Wilson?
I'll just echo that sentiment because some of the questions that the team has asked have just been really insightful and innovative, and particularly just honing in on their expertise. And again, just an awesome reflection of how cool it can be when people of different backgrounds and talents come together and get to breathe life into these projects. And I'm dropping my daughter off every day at camp. And I'm one of those people who can hear high frequencies. And so sounds really bother me. But the roofing project, I'm like, I can't be bothered because I'm like watching Disney Elementary and all these just projects be so underway, and it does bring joy across the board. So, but thank you for such a thorough representation of the work. I got to read this last week, and it is the photos, everything comprehensive and so exciting. So thank you.
Ms. Gunn? You got it.
I would like to thank you. Seeing what this district looked like, driving by buildings a year ago, January, and just seeing no roofs, no roofs, just empty. And then having, people, a lot of the community not understanding, how money was being spent and such. And so this report, it's just so thorough, and thank you very much. The audit you guys came through with flying colors. And again, so everybody in the community understands the money is being spent for children. So I also wanted to commend you and the SFOC for Measure S, because even the photographs that people can see and go on, because you can read reports and audits and you just go, okay. But when you actually see the photographs of what's happened, if you happen to be a parent like here and, grandparent, we go by the schools, we see them, or you live next door and you can hear it. But for those people that aren't near a school or don't have a child, I really tell your neighbors to look so that they understand where that money that they voted for is going, because it really is happening. And you can see major differences when you see those pictures, the befores and afters, the just looking and seeing. So I commend you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your work.
Do we have signs up at schools this year for the bond projects? I know we put them up for them last year.
I think we need to get more.
Yeah. I just was gonna say, yeah, exactly. And I got a lot of feedback from a couple of folks about redesigning them that I can forward on to you from last year to make sure that they are easy to read from a moving car, redesigning the signs, making sure that they are really easy to read. So, and I appreciated that feedback. I am grateful for the feedback. But on that note, like what I really appreciate about this particular SFOC is the way that you push our thinking, right? You push our thinking, you push staff's thinking, and you really want to hold us accountable. And I know that can't be easy all the time, right? And I hope you hear that when we have a board meeting and something has come up that you guys have taken up, I am always asking, if I'm not asking, someone else is asking, what did SFOC say about this? What was their feedback on this item? Because it matters to us what you all think, right? And so I hope that you're seeing that come through when those items are coming forward. I hope we can also figure out like a easier mechanism for getting that. You know, I feel like I've seen that since this committee has come together, is just the ability for this team to really ask the kinds of questions that's going to make sure that we're spending this money in the right way, and provide true oversight. So thank you.
I will also add that we understand, and I hope the community understands, the SFOC, we don't have authority to approve projects. We're not there for that. We are there to support and look into what's happening. So there's no need for us to be like, oh, well, we don't approve of this. This is not, we don't do, that's not our role, and it shouldn't be our role. Our role is to make sure that money is being spent correctly according to how we voted. And so I think as long as we kind of continue to stay on that path and focus on that, there is a tremendous amount of wisdom and expertise in this group that you all helped appoint. Thank you so much for that. They take it very seriously.
It's a really focused group, and it's been interesting to see it come together. So thank you. And thank you for leading that group. Any other discussion, comments, questions on this? Okay. It was moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Board Member Olson to accept the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Measure ABC SFOC. All right. 12D, approval of minutes from May 21st. I believe okay, is that what it was? It was
Yeah,
quorum
which is-
and making sure that it wasn't, the amendment was that
The amendment was there. We just only had, you had left.
when I had to leave because my sitter was leaving. Okay. So can I have a motion and a second on this?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? It's just to reflect that Ms. Kano is not here. All right,
Yes.
great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Adoption of 12E, adoption of resolution 57, approving the updated fiscal stabilization plan. Dr. Hasty.
This evening, the board is being asked to adopt Resolution 57, approving the district's updated fiscal stabilization plan and implementation timeline for fiscal years 26-27 through 28-29. As the board will recall, I presented the updated fiscal stabilization plan at our June 18th last week board meeting as part of the budget presentation. Tonight's action formally adopts the updated plan by resolution. Before discussing the plan itself, I want to sincerely thank the members of our Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee, the SBAC. Throughout this budget cycle, the SBAC met 9 times since January at the beginning of this year to build their capacity with district financials, review the district's financial condition, the enrollment trends, state budget updates, reserve levels, and the development of the fiscal stabilization plan as well. The SBAC members were also invited to provide written feedback through a stakeholder survey, the second survey of this year. Their feedback was thoughtful, constructive, and helped strengthen the final plan before you this evening. On behalf of the district, I'd like to thank the SBAC members for all their time, their expertise, their willingness to engage in these difficult conversations. Your partnership, the SBAC, has made this a stronger plan, and we look forward to continuing that collaboration as we implement this plan over the next several years. Overall, SBAC members express support, but as I said before, there were some concerns about some of the new positions. But some of the key themes, they're definitely interested in rebuilding those reserves, getting them back on track, and they're encouraged to continue improving the organizational efficiency. But again, they are leery and concerned about some of the changes that we're bringing for the new positions. So the plan intentionally balances fiscal responsibility with preserving critical student services. We're trying to do that. And overall, if I want to go through the different pieces, as I talked about last time, the plan establishes annual stabilization targets that are approximately, we look at that 2 million in 26-27, where we're trying to really find savings in various areas as articulated in the plan. And then the second year, we'd be looking at 9 million in 27-28, 9.5 in 28-29. And when we're going to focus on vacancy management, when we talk about position control, really utilizing attrition, and that's when people do leave for various reasons. We're going to be looking at, how and if or matter when we fill those. We talked about a frost, not so much of a freeze, but also workforce restructuring and evaluation of a SERP. That was that supplemental early retirement program. So that is going to be a big component of this plan going forward. And of course, we'll continue to look at special education efficiencies, attendance improvement and revenue enhancement. We talked about that, organizational efficiencies, and of course, implementation of the FCMAT recommendations before considering more disruptive measures down the line. I think we all have a lot of faith that we can get there. We did get a increase in the money this year, but this is the time to act, and we're going to be on the right track. One aspect I want to emphasize too, in the plan, we talked about that 75%. So I really wanted to look at the projections. If we were just to make 75% of those targets each year, we'd be looking at an end of year reserve in 26, 27, approximately, I'm saying approximately, these are all projections, 7.6. We'd be looking at 27, 28, 8.5. And then we could, essentially we want to get to that 10, but, we'd be around 9.5, just getting 75% of those targets. In closing, the plan is intended to be a living document. I said over and over again, it's going to change every quarter, every time the budget changes. We'll be bringing it as directed by LACO. District administration will continue monitoring implementation, provide regular updates through our interim financial reports, budget presentations, and future SBAC meetings, and make adjustments as conditions evolve. So we recommend the staff recommend that you adopt the resolution 57. Thank you.
Can I get a motion, a second, then we'll do discussion.
So moved.
Right, discussion on this item. Dr. Weisberg.
Thank you. And to everybody for all the work. I have a couple of questions. The first one is just a gentle plead that, and I'm going to say this again later on when a different survey is referenced, but if we can please get the SBAC survey that's referenced in here, that would be awesome. I think it's just going to be really helpful for all of us to be able to look at a complete survey, all the results. It's great to have them segments pulled out. But for me, I'm going to learn a lot just from being able to see the whole thing. So moving forward, if there's a way, I don't know if it has to be attached to the agenda or it's something that can be shared with us before, if there are issues with sharing with the larger community, but I did want to highlight that. One of the questions I had is, where in all of this are we figuring in or thinking about what we are going to be doing next year when we go back to negotiating salaries with BTA and CSEA?
Yeah. So it is going to be a challenge. We do still have some one-time money yet to come going into next year. So we're going to have to really look at how to strategize around that to, not put too much into ongoing costs with the one-time money, but it'll be something we have to consider. The one other piece too is looking at the PARs and potentially considering a multi-year deal. And there's a lot of different strategies, but right now the plan is not being specific to that because we haven't actually opened negotiations.
Right. I mean, we've asked our union partners to be very patient. And I think there's only so long that we can do that and be respectful. And so we know that it's going to be that there's asks coming in there. I mean, there should be. And so I worry a little bit about the sort of hypothetical nature of like, well, we're going to have to find, et cetera. The other thing that, and these are sort of larger bucket things that concerns me is it seems like a lot of the goals in the FSP, the fiscal stabilization plan that we're trying to reach, are really tied to the new positions that are being put forward. Like the assistant soup of special education, for example, if you look at some of in the FSP, there are, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. I should already have it.
Education cost containment.
Yeah. And so a lot of it's tied to this new position. And so my question is, if we don't approve those positions, let's say hypothetically, I don't know that our current staff has the bandwidth to do what's in here because they're already doing 72 jobs and being paid for one. So I'm a little concerned about those two things being intrinsically tied, and what happens if they're not tethered together. Are we going to be able to find the same savings if we don't have an assistant superintendent of special education and we remain with a director? Because it does seem pretty, at least in here, it seems pretty connected.
I would say it is the plan is tied to that
Right.
leadership piece and you know really having a clear strategy that's going to be district wide, looking at the entire special ed program from a systemic approach, and really approaching it with where you can identify any efficiencies or you know areas for efficiency, especially as it relates to staffing. You know, we're looking at contract staffing where we can reduce there. You know, we also have beyond the contract staffing, the legal piece. So there's lots of litigation. So just looking at building capacity across the board, but that's going to take some systemic approach.
Right.
It would come from that higher level leadership to make happen.
You can come back to me. Ms. Olson.
I just want to speak to your concern because I think it is a valid concern. However, to just kind of discuss out loud with how it gut checks with me is that it needs to. We are bleeding on special ed. And so if we didn't have a strategic plan that was tied to fixing our revenue and tied to personnel, I would also be concerned. So I think it is a little bit of a double-edged sword because it's a very logical concern to have such a pressure on such a personnel that we don't haven't gotten to that part of the agenda yet. But I think it also sort of speaks to a very quick assessment from Dr. McCoy and from the team of saying we need to address the things that we know are a problem. But yeah, I just wanted to echo that piece. I didn't know if you wanted to finish your questions.
Yeah, I have some too, but we can. Okay, go ahead, Doctor. Oh, okay, yeah. So I think my first question is just really like, did we make any changes to this from our meeting last week?
No.
Or is this the same? This is the same as last week, okay? I'm also trying to think about this in I was trying to think about this I was trying to back out essentially like what's the minimum amount that we need to realize in order to still meet our 6%, right? Like, so instead of it being like, if we get to 75% of these savings realized, then we're at 7.6, 8.5, 9.5 available reserves. Like, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is where did 75% come from? Is that a reasonable shot in the dark? And do we feel like that's doable, right? Like
it will keep it, we're going to be solvent. Well, even if it's below 75%, we'll be solvent. I think, you know, we talk about goal setting and then there's targets, you know, so we would like to be ultimately as close to 10% as possible. But really having a reasonable pathway there to get there is going to be the key piece. So looking at just getting 3/4 of that approach, this year we jumped a big time. And could it happen again? Yes, because we got more money from the state. So that's one of the challenges too. And it's always going to be a challenge looking at 2 years out as they are projections. And we're at the whim sometimes of the state as we were this year when the revenues came in well and we essentially had $10 million more at hand of ongoing money, let alone the one-time bump as well that's going to be coming our way.
I think on the SBAC, do we know, I know we only set this up in October-ish, or we called for it in October. It got set up at the beginning of this calendar year. Are those folks willing to kind of continue on for another fiscal? Do we know?
100%. And
That's
so
wonderful.
the ultimate goal is to align the SBAC more with the interim reporting.
Okay.
So we're really getting their feedback as we're building the interim reports. And it'll just have a real cadence to it and you know, we'll be more deliberate and again, systemic. I'm going to use that word a lot because it's just, we'll have a systematized, you know, process.
Great. And then I think my last kind of comment on this is just like, I would be uncomfortable negotiating based on one-time funds, right? So, I think later on in the conversation, I had a question flagged of, we've got this COLA, the super cost of living adjustment coming in at, I think it's 4.8%, but we also have declining enrollment. And so there's really only, I know a couple of years ago, right? We talked about like, there's a nominal COLA and then there's like what our effective COLA is because of that declining enrollment piece. And so here he comes. And so I do think it's important to have that conversation with our publicly and with our labor partners about like, this is what our true COLA is, because that's honestly where folks get anchored around increases, is when they hear 9% from the governor's office, but for us, it's really 7 because we're losing enrollment. We need to communicate that.
And I'll tell you one thing. So FCMAT, one of their findings was through the bargaining process, not using true projections with calculations as we're going through bargaining.
Right.
So one of the things I will say I think was helpful, that when we did bargaining, they were able to see what happens to the dollars when they ask for certain amounts. So we'll be using most likely Projection Pro, which is a calibrated tool through FCMAT, that we can actually project exactly what we'll do in year 3 based on the current most latest budget report as we're doing bargaining. So that is an actual piece of the FCMAT finding that we will bring that will also get us in compliance with FCMAT, but also become a best practice. The other piece of that we're already starting to do is look at the cost of 1%. And that is going to be a key piece as to when we're really looking at what we can do, what 1% will do to us as a district based on the current funding we have. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you.
So one thing that's important with the super COLA is there's also a mandate now and this is something we should do, is to provide the 12 weeks of paid pregnancy leave. So in some sense, the COLA bump is designed to give us the money to implement the paid pregnancy leave that's included in this budget, which actually begins July 1. So we have to be very articulate about that super COLA is super because it's not necessarily ongoing. And it may be that becomes a one-time pot of money to ensure that we can provide the paid pregnancy leave for our teachers. And so there's no right now sense that we would receive then that 4%-ish COLA ongoing, because the calculators are kicking it back to like 2.7, 2.8, 2.9 as we go into the next 2 years on the FCMAT calculators that we use to project the out year budgets. We do have to be attentive to potentially setting aside some of the super COLA to provide for the pregnancy leave that's part of this budget. And that's another complication. And just as a commercial for everybody, this budget shorted Prop 98, the floor, by $3.6 billion. That money's coming to us as one time. If that money had come to us as part of a COLA to meet the Prop 98 mandate, we would have $900 more per student, which is about another $11 million, depending on where ADA lands at. So part of our structural issue across the state and public schools is when this is the second year in a row we've shorted Prop 98. This year it was about 1.9 billion. We received about 4.1 billion one time, which would have been ongoing. And now you see us receiving 8, 9, 10 something million dollars on the one time that also would have been ongoing. And if you look at what our budget needs, including what labor needs, what the district's, outside of personnel, some of the things we need to do, this is a structural problem that everyone who's involved with TK-12 needs to really be advocating for the governor's budget to meet the constitutional mandate of Prop 98, because this is something that happens a lot to local districts where they're saying, here's a problem, you guys solve it. And we're working hard, the SFOC, district staff, the board, to navigate a structural issue in the budget when it's one time versus ongoing. So we think that by the targets allow us to try and get past the goal. But I think simply put, we believe we can meet the goal and then increase to that 75% threshold as we turn everyone's attention to system efficiencies.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Connor.
So Dr. McQuaid, it sounds, when you're saying this, it makes me think of back in the, was that eighties with the lottery money? It was gonna be our saving grace from the lottery money. Never saw that again. It's not like one time it got a one-time payment. Just, Dr. Hasty, just a question in terms of just do any projections in terms of what might be happening with STRS and PERS in the future?
We get the projections from the dartboard that's just through School Services of California, and essentially they show the out years. I think it's 4 or 5 years out, and we use that calculation to do our projections. So, and they're pretty consistent. You know, for the first time, I think again, there's always a percent, but it's gone down in CalPERS and it's staying steady at STRS right now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Olson.
My question was about the timeline and the opportunities for pivot, because I think something that you outlined really well is that, you know, these are ideas, revenue driving ideas, and also, you know, things that we're going to make an attempt and we're going to constantly reflect on. And I really appreciate the timeline giving us that. In fall, there's going to be multiple things that will give us kind of, hey, this is going to work out or it's not. And I was just kind of curious. I know that this is something maybe you can't answer right away, but is there the fallback plan and resetting sort of this stabilization plan in December? Like, let's say we do fall on our face. I don't see all of it, but let's just say we can't move forward with some of these things. Do you sort of have a backup plan for how we can make sure that we can still be on this track?
Yeah, and that comes with the budget cycle. So we will have the first version of the Science State budget next week on Tuesday of June 30. And then there will be trailer bills annually where the legislature and the governor agree to pass laws that impact our budget. We don't realize all those changes, whether they help us or hurt us, until the first interim budget we report to you in December.
Yeah.
And so anytime we have a large change between adopted and first interim, we're adjusting the first interim budget, but in our case, we would also, with that first interim budget, be adjusting the budget stabilization plan to meet this reality. So if we pulled for the retirement incentive and we weren't making a savings threshold, then we would know that by the first interim budget, more or less, because we'd have to put ourselves on a deadline and work with labor partners to bring this item to the board for an approval early in the year so that we can find out, given the offer, who's interested. And there's going to be a number of people where it makes it right for us versus when it doesn't pencil out in terms of savings. So annually, the board is seeing those real-time changes, first interim and second interim. And if we're in an environment where with the budget comes the budget stabilization plan, just as a sort of a sidecar item to make sure that they're aligned, that's something that staff can bring to you.
Others? Oh.
Hey, I fear I'm being a little redundant, but I am, I think. I think I'm trying to understand a little bit of, and I think it connects to your question about sort of a backup plan, but going back to the 3.9 million, we know we have to cut, and the negotiations, the salary negotiations that will absolutely be happening with our union partners next year. How do you see us being able to meet all of those needs with the insufficient amount of money we're being given, right? Like we know we're not being given enough. No one is. That's a true statement. It has nothing to do with us. You can go fight with the governor somewhere, but that worries me in regards to, you know, I think I can push past the breaking the cardinal rule of one-time money for positions, because I do understand the importance of some of these major systemic changes in order to support a better functioning district. But I am very concerned about how we're going to be able to afford everything if we still have to make cuts and we need to do right by our teachers and our classified staff.
I think the first place to look, and I know Dr. Hasty has been working on this throughout the spring, is what are our outside contract commitments and where are those duplicative and where are we solving a problem with a contract that's really a systemic problem that we need to address within the system itself. So we've just begun the work, and one of the reasons you saw the budget become better from second interim to adopted is that a hard look was taken at a number of contracts, and I want to say reduction was
About over 3 million.
about
with
3 million.
Mhm.
And I would tell you, part of the work of the cabinet level team is to, within each division, look at every contract that's going out. So I know I've had a conversation with at least one board member about software. And have we looked at use rates? Have we looked at what teachers want to use? Do we have legacy software that we can look at? Because of the statewide decline in enrollment, most of our software vendors are willing to cut us great deals if we tell them, hey, we know we've used your product for X number of years, but we're up against the budget. In my experience, we've had some vendors come to us and say, it's on us for 1 year. And then as the budget gets better, but you have to go to them
Right.
and understand what the use is and what your goal is and share that. And we even had, in my experience, working with UC Santa Barbara, we were paying for an early academic outreach program for 20 years. We went to them the end of last year and said, we can't afford your program anymore. And then they absorbed the cost for the first time in 19 years of the entire program for 2 years. And because the program was important to them, it was important to us, and we were able to collaborate with them as a partner. So it's the prioritizing internal expenses over outside contracts. And then as that money becomes available, first priority meaning stabilization priorities, and then looking at how we can be impactful with our labor partners around future compensation increases. But we've only begun to find those dollars.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, moved by Board Member Olson, seconded by Clerk Akano. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. 12F, adoption of resolution 58, authorizing temporary transfers from the school pools fund maintained by the Los Angeles County Treasurer.
This is an annual routine resolution that authorized district temporarily borrow cash from the Los Angeles County Treasurer's School Pools Fund if needed during the 26-27 school year. This resolution does not mean the district expects to borrow funds. Rather, it provides the legal authority to do so should a temporary cash flow need arise during the year. Unlike a TRAN, the one I was talking about last time, that tax, which is a lending option, short term, which is more formal through the financial markets, this resolution simply authorizes the district to temporarily borrow cash from the treasurer if an unexpected short-term cash flow need arises. I don't think we've done this. I couldn't tell you we've ever done this here, but it's something that almost all districts put in for just to be safe. Again, the fiscal impact, there is none. It just lets us get it out of the way. So if in case we have to do it down the line.
Okay. Can I have a motion a second?
So moved.
Discussion. So first option would be probably interfund transfer.
Correct.
And then this, and then borrowing. Okay, got it. Any other questions? Okay. Moved by Member Olson, seconded by Clerk Kano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 12F passes unanimously. 12G, adoption of resolution 59, authorizing temporary interfund cash borrowing 26-27. Dr. Hasty.
Another routine annual resolution that authorizes the district to temporarily borrow cash between its own funds to address short-term cash flow needs. Again, unlike the previous item, no outside borrowing is involved. This is simply allowing the district to temporarily transfer cash from one district fund to another. So if we were low on cash, we could take it out of Fund 40 if we had to make payroll, because sometimes your revenue, your allocations do not come in probably one of the worst months is during December, but you get the big payment in I want to say January. So this year I think we received about a $19 million payment. But if you were so low where you couldn't make payroll, you would pull the money over from Fund 40 to cover that and then move it right back before the end of the school year. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Can I get a motion a second first?
So moved.
Discussion, Dr. Weisberg?
Is this not the same thing that we talked through last meeting?
I think we talked about it, but we didn't have the actual resolution on that.
Okay. So I feel like
Because when I talked about Tran, I gave you the different types. so,
I
yeah.
asked if it was Yep. Okay. I just wanted to make
We
sure.
also,
that it had
during the,
fun totally. in-
during the budget presentation, I talked about Fund 40 because
Yes.
that was what we would use this for.
Okay.
Got it. All right.
Now I'm good. Now confused
Um,
face becomes relaxed face.
Got it. And no, as long as the money goes back within the same fiscal, there's no
Correct.
issues with doing that.
No. And I've actually been a part of a district that does it every year. We can take up to 75% of the amount in that fund. And that's why you see the 15 million, but we have right now, we have about 18, sometimes it goes up to about 22 million in Fund 40.
All right, move, any other questions, discussion? Okay. Moved by Board Member Olson, seconded by Clerk Kano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. That was 12G. Moving on to 12H. Adoption of Resolution 60, authorizing interfund transfer.
Okay, so this is a resolution required by LACO to authorize interfund transfers that are already included in the district's adopted budget. These transfers represent planned contributions between district fund to properly support programs and account for expenditures in accordance with adopted budget. The resolution does not authorize any new spending or change the district's budget. It simply provides the legal authority to execute the budget transfers. The transfers have already been incorporated in the district's 26-27 budget. Think of it as moving cash between checking accounts you already own. The district isn't borrowing new money. It's temporarily transferring cash between its own funds until receiving funds received its expected revenue. So staff, yeah. So that's the resolution for this one.
Can I have a motion in a second?
Second.
Discussion, questions?
This
Was
is,
this different than the one we just did?
So again, this would be for closing and let me think here. It's as of, yeah, so let me make sure I got it right. So this, right, yeah, it's just like, it's usually during closing, we would have this.
Mhm.
And again, it's different. We wouldn't pull it from other funds all the time. So yeah.
Is this something like where it would be like from unrestricted to restricted fund? or-
No, that's, no, we would only pull it, again, we have interfund, intra-fund. Let me make sure I'm interfund, intra, yeah. So this would, we usually do it during closing. So, and it's usually when we're closing, doing the interim reports, and that's when we would use this resolution.
They both say interfund.
They both enter? Okay, so let me see, it's not intra.
but one of them is borrowing and one of them is transfers.
Yes.
That's the
th-
difference.
This one, thank you. This is, so we're transferring to make it even. Thank you. They're the one we don't return. Okay?
Can I bring up something odd?
Yes.
And this might just be a Granicus thing. I don't know if it even matters, but when you open this resolution, at the top of the screen, it says the resolution of Culver City Unified School District.
Oh.
Even though in the text it says Burbank
That's
Board of Education,
interesting.
it's just one of those things where from a,
Like in the
Cer-
metadata or something?
yeah, somewhere deep in there, it's.
I've had that happen before.
Um,
Thank you.
All right. Well, any other discussion or questions on this one? All right. Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Board Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion 12H
Okay.
Leslie, 12I, adoption of resolution 61, Dr. Hasty.
The routine annual resolution that delegates authority to the superintendent or designee to process routine budget revisions, adjustments, and transfers during the fiscal year. These are technical or administrative adjustments that are necessary to keep the budget aligned with actual revenues and expenditures. They do not authorize new spending beyond the board, beyond what the board has already approved. For example, if the state awards the district a new grant, after budget adoption, staff can establish the budget for that grant without waiting for the next board meeting, allowing the district to begin using those funds promptly. The board maintains oversight as all budget revisions processed under the authority are reported back to the board for ratification. At least 3 times a year, each year in conjunction with the first and second interim, the unaudited actuals reports.
Can I get a motion a second?
So moved.
Discussion, Dr. Weisberg?
One of the things that came up this year in conversation was, and this may be one of the like old wives' tales that's been told around these parts forever, which is if and this came up during the SSS issue, which is I had been given information that said, oh, if it's under $5,000 of an increase, it doesn't have to go to the board for approval, which is incorrect, right? But I know.
Yeah.
I know, but when you have people who are working in the district telling you something,
Mhm.
you believe them after you've done your due diligence. So does this speak to that, or is it much more specific in regards to when we say routine budget revisions, adjustments, what are we?
The interim reporting, I mean, when
Okay.
we're doing our interim reports, that's when this is usually enacted.
Okay, so this is not about changing a not to exceed number
No,
on
not
a,
at all.
okay. I just need to make sure.
Sometimes there's not money in that object or that, so
Great.
we have to make transfers to make it whole. Yeah.
Great.
Is there a like threshold or limit by which like you would need to come to the board for authority to make that change?
Not on this one. I mean, like, unless I would have to double check that. I don't believe there's an actual threshold for that big of a budget transfer.
Mhm.
Not that I've ever had to, that I've ever come across, but I have to double check.
Can you give me another example of when we use this kind of thing? So you mentioned like if a grant comes in and we have to figure out what
Yeah,
we're
and-
using it for. But with existing money that we're using or like existing general fund dollars, right? What does this look like with general fund dollars?
So again, it's technical. And so really for administrative adjustments, but it's really, whenever you have certain buckets that they could all be under the same
Mhm.
fund or same amount. And
Mhm.
if you have to move within the objects or do different things and move them around,
Okay.
because sometimes budgets they'll be out here and it
Mm-hmm.
might be in the same fund. We have to do transfers and make them whole.
Okay.
But again, that has happened with grants because sometimes you might have a grant, you're waiting for another allocation of the grant. And so you might have to transfer some money to pay for that grant until that other money comes in.
Got it. Okay. But expenditures are still approved by the board.
Correct.
And so
Yes.
that's the
Yes.
safeguard against that. Okay. All right, it's any other discussion or questions? Moved by Board Member Olson, seconded by Clerk Kano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12J, approval of professional services agreement with Mollenhauer Group for topographic survey and GPR utility detection services for the pool, storage building, and shade structure at Burbank High School Measure ABC Bond Fund. Dr. Hasty.
Yes, so these services are necessary before construction to accurately identify existing site conditions underground for the utilities, helping reduce unforeseen conditions, change orders, or construction delays. Again, early stages of this, just doing that survey. It's a not to exceed of $8,500.
Cool, thanks. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Thank you. Questions on this? Do you know what my question's gonna be?
Did this go through the SFOC?
Mhm.
I want to say 100%, I believe. This is one of those ones. Yeah.
Right. And this was, the previous pool work was not done out of bond fund, but we decided a while back to do the shade structure through Measure ABC funds.
Yeah,
is that right?
this is a storage.
Or storage, sorry.
Yeah. And so, yeah, this was presented. Yeah.
Storage
Yeah,
building
yeah.
and shade structure.
So we did present this.
Okay, great.
Mhm. Yes.
with the-
It's all storage.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Right. Got it. Any other questions, discussion, concerns? Ms. Wilson?
I guess I was just wondering, like for every single, like this seems like a piece of a larger.
Mhm.
I know I'm pulling this out as an example, but in the future, will every line item like this come to the board continuously?
We do have to set probably some expectations around that because $8,500 would arguably just be a consent item that we
Yeah.
wouldn't have to take action on. And I think that's a bigger discussion as we look forward to our board retreat and think about some of those things. But we are going to be looking at more of those complex projects to bring the lease back model for those. This is a storage facility with a shade structure. It's not going to
Yeah.
be a big comprehensive, and ideally this would be in consent.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm kind of wondering. And maybe we just kind of take that as a directive for the retreat to like
Yeah.
maybe tighten that process. But no other questions about that.
Yeah, I think that's right. Just figuring out what our regular facilities report looks like.
Mhm.
So that we can have it all together. That's a technical term, though. All right. Moved by Board Member Olson, seconded by Clerk Kano. All those in favor of 12J?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12K, approval of contract, SVA Architects Design Services Secure Entry, et cetera, for Emerson Elementary School.
Yeah, this is a much bigger project.
Mhm.
As you can see, we're starting. This agreement represents the next step in advancing one of our priorities, Measure ABC projects. Ralph Emerson Elementary School, the board is being asked to approve the architectural and engineering design services contracted with SVA Architects in an amount not to exceed $598,800. Emerson project is comprehensive modernization that will improve campus security through the security single point of entry, ADA accessibility throughout the campus, student safety and traffic circulation, playground equipment and surfacing as needed, and then of course shade structures, looking at solar canopies and other improvements. This is a much bigger project. We'll be working with them pretty closely on. Let me see if there's anything else following design. The project will then proceed through design development. We'd go through the construction, but this is our early stage, but it's a big early stage to get a true cost of what the full construction of this will be.
Can I get a motion in a second first?
Oh, so moved.
Second.
All right, discussion, Board Member Olson.
The demolition of that particular ATB space at Emerson, thrilled to see that. I was wondering if there was some kind of timeline, particularly because if we've identified that it's something we should not be using with our kiddos, if you had any insight to what space will be used in the interim and kind of the vision for that in general. I don't know if you could speak to that.
I do believe there is space within the existing building outside if we have to demolish ATB. So I did confirm that. The other piece, so design is expected to continue through early 2027. And again, DSA approval would be anticipated summer 2027. And possibly fall. We'd be looking at a fall 2027 start window if this project once it gets there. So it's a ways. So, you know.
But at this point, because we've assessed that it's not a safe space for kids, the ATB has been made aware that they need to move.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that building is going to be demolished eventually.
Just wanted to make sure that in the meantime, they found different space and that was part of it. But very excited.
Ms. Kano?
So looking at the cost here, it seems like that's all the humans involved, but so this is not materials cost involved.
No, this is all just design. So yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, architecture.
Thank you.
Dr. Weisberger?
In looking at the project scope that's included on the first page, it seems like, I mean, it's comprehensive. Do you anticipate, obviously, construction time changes, sometimes there are little things, but are there any other big ticket items that we can see happening at this particular site?
Right now we're really assessing all the sites because just looking at the HVAC project because we did have the assessment done. I can't speak to every part of the assessment, but that is a piece that we're going to be looking. So if they do need the doors, if they need the fencing,
Right.
if they're going to need HVAC, we would like to
Yeah,
time
that's in
it.
there.
Yeah, ideally, we'd like to time it all up. So that's why we get to that lease back, and then it opens up and gives us a lot more flexibility to do, make changes as needed to do
Yeah.
more of that project.
And that's all included in the project scope. So that's great. Okay, that was my question.
You know what my question's going to be.
This has been I think multiple times as FOC.
Yes. So I think it's important to point out here as well that it's, while it's nominally architecture services, there's a lot of different things in here that I think for other projects we've been paying kind of individually for, right? So under, and for me, it was looking at just under the compensation piece where it's all lined out, that it's architectural, but also like landscape architecting and also a bunch of acronyms that I don't necessarily know what they are, and a survey and a stormwater pollution prevention plan and all sorts of other things that I think we have for other projects kind of individually kind of farmed out. Is that right?
Correct. Well, depending on the complexity of those projects, they may be farmed out in that nature. Because right now, even roofing, we do materials here. We have two different contractors. Again, that's very simplistic. And if we're looking at even the turf project, there's just not a lot. There's no permits for that, but we have been lining some of these out. I can't speak to whether it was always the best strategy or not, but that's something we're working on.
And so is SVA going to manage all of the kind of subcontractors on this agreement?
Per the agreement
Yeah.
in this, that's what they would be within that scope. And remember, the SVA comes from a pool that we.
Okay, great. Dr. Weisberg.
Is it reasonable to ask for anything that's bond related to have, hold on, I had it right in front of me. Similar to having background, fiscal impact and recommendation, can we just add a line that says, SFOC and just gives a quick 1 or 2 sentence that says like what they have to say about it? Because we're going to probably ask anyway. And so I think it would be great to get in the habit of just when it's bond related, not everything, obviously, but if it's not on consent, I think it'd be really helpful for us to know, similar to what we're asking in regards to SBAC too, for related things. So that could be, I think, a quick way for us to know going into it. We know where the SFOC stands on this, and that's helpful.
Or even, it would even be helpful to say like they reviewed this at X meeting, right? I think could be super helpful.
Can I just ask if that's, I don't know, I'm trying to understand the process of approval in here. And I was kind of under the assumption that, the SFOC is giving feedback and accountability in the same way that we are, but in an effort so that it gets here. Is it kind of just assumed? Like, I mean, maybe you can just shed some light on what's that proper funnel? Because I feel like as much as I also want to know that feedback, I mean, I'm tuning into the meetings, I'm seeing the engagement, but at this point, it's sort of an expectation that that's already happened and also happening after our approvals.
The Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, as it's usually called in most districts, is an independent organization of the board. And we just got to be very clear. So technically they are to check the work of the board. And so they are, when things are happening, they are making sure those expenditures are within the confines of the law. They may, in some times, give input on what they feel on the projects, but it's really the crux of their role is to make sure those expenditures are within the confines of the law. So typically they would, the board, we would have quarterly meetings. Sometimes some CBOCs meet once a year, but they would meet quarterly. And so it would be challenging to say we're going to bring things to a CBOC, quarterly if we need to bring them before we go to a board, because the board should actually be seeing them first and making decisions on the priority, working with our hopefully soon to be program managers as well. And then that would then echo to that would go to the CBOC subsequently for them to check to make sure it was done right.
Is that into a question?
It does, and kind of validates that essentially we're checking in these moments that the contract's good, but to me that it's in alignment with, like Kirsten was saying earlier, with our plan. And the things we've set out to do, and then they make sure that everything gets handled appropriately afterwards. So I guess the reason I'm asking that is because if we keep looking for their feedback, I don't know what that exact feedback that they're giving us changes.
Right. I guess, for me, I'm not asking for feedback on a particular contract.
Right.
Because I'm not tuning in to their regular meetings, I don't necessarily know if they've thought about a project and said, yes, this aligns with what we've said the priorities are, and it aligns with what Measure ABC goals were. Now, I can make a determination of like, yep, we definitely said ADA were our goals, and that this looks like it aligns with what we said we were going to spend ABC bond dollars on. And, if we're asking them to hold us accountable to that, I think it's worth understanding kind of like, okay, what did they say about this project? Because we have so many projects going on. Part of it is also that I'm just trying to keep track of which ones have gone before the SFOC and haven't.
And so it's a suggestion, and so I think in the agenda items, we could include reviewed by SFOC on prior meeting, or will be reviewed on the future meeting. But one of the things I want to not caution the board, but the board should be the entity that approves.
Oh,
The
absolutely.
board should be the entity that decides. The SFOC is a check and balance on the bond program to ensure that the dollars that the board approved are in alignment, and then that's audited. And so one of the because we got a little bit of a late start to the Measure ABC committee, there was a lot of input that we wanted to seek is through Dr. Hasty and Dr. Macias about get us caught up on what was missed and not overseen. And now that's caught up. So what we've talked about a little bit is the SFOC is the check and balance, but not necessarily the reviewer and approver of a project that comes. And we'll help the board with some different types of language around that. And we can have a line where it's pending review, and that's the fiscal review, the check and balance, to make sure that, and that would also be kicked out in the audit that the SFOC was reporting on tonight. But we want to make sure that at the end of the day, the board's the entity that reviews and approves. And over time, as the bond program catches up and has its legs underneath us, and there's some confidence in the process, then, we wouldn't use words like, have they reviewed it? Have they approved it? What do they think about it? We would say, is it going to them for this discussion of oversight? And the answer is yes, it's going at the next meeting, or it went at the prior meeting. And generally speaking, as we get more healthy, then the SFOC meetings include, here's projects been approved by the board since our last meeting. And then here's how they align to the language of the bond. And there's more presentations that are prepared for the committee. And I think this year it's been, just as far as I can see, and I'm on day -5.
-5.
Digits.
Yeah, it's really been a matter of catching everyone up, but really now moving into 26, 27, it's about making sure that we can help the public understand the roles of each committee.
Yes.
Budget Advisory Committee, the SFOC, and that those are the checks and balances that come before the board as additional information, rather than a priority evaluation of what project should go first, what should go second, and those kinds of things. So just wanted to clarify that, just to the point of your questions that you're asking. But we can help with language. We can help on the covers to make sure that it's clear that we have an understanding as the district delivering to the board that we're following the process under the law.
Yeah. Cool. I was just going to say that I think that the way that you phrased it is really what we're asking for, is like, they've seen it, right? Cool. You know, like making sure, and I do think a lot of this for us is a knee-jerk reaction to the past year and just wanting to make sure that things are following the correct processes and procedures, because they haven't been for a long time. And so I think just knowing that it's gone there, as opposed to, Dr. Macias did a good job of framing for us in the beginning what SFOC was and what they weren't. And so for me, I think a lot of it is just like, this went through the right channels, right? Which is an important question to ask. And I think as we move forward, we will hopefully ask it less and less, and because we'll have more information to answer our questions.
Understood.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions on 12K? Moved by Board Member Olson, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12L, approval of variable waiver request certificated staff. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Right. Moved by Dr. Weisberg and seconded by Ms. Cano. Discussion.
Be clear.
Yeah, only one. Just the one and
Yay.
not and an agency. So great, wonderful.
Wait.
Hooray.
Not an agency hire.
And our waiver hires are usually in process of finalizing their credentials. Is that right? Okay. Dr. Macias is nodding.
Yes.
Thank you. Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12M, ratification of tentative agreement between the Burbank Unified School District and the Burbank Teachers Association regarding salary schedule F miscellaneous salary rates. Dr. Hasty.
Yes, this item ratifies a tentative agreement with the Burbank Teachers Association to update salary schedule F for summer school and other miscellaneous hourly rates. Mainly it's just for the summer school hourly rate though. The agreement increases hourly rates of summer school teachers and related positions, helping the district remain competitive in recruiting. I would like to thank the BTA leadership for their collaboration throughout this process. We appreciate their partnership and are pleased we are able to reach an agreement. The required AB 1200 fiscal analysis has been completed and confirms the district can meet the financial obligations of this agreement. Staff recommend ratification of the tentative agreement with BTA.
I get a motion and a second.
So moved.
Heck.
And this is as amended.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And what was amended between publishing and today? If you don't mind me
It may
asking.
have been go ahead.
No, I just, that was my question as well.
I don't know if this one's the one that was amended. I thought
There's
CSC.
strike throughs in the
12M
exhibit.
amendment. Is it this first page of strike throughs, or I know that we, because this was to adjust the summer school pay so that people were getting the same amount of pay essentially, right? That there weren't 10 different pay scales for summer school. So I'm looking for red, but I
There's
don't
red on
see-
page 6. It's in the deficit, but I don't know if it's
No,
red
no.
because it's deficit,
Yeah, so
red because it changed.
This one, I don't believe the actual hourly rate is amended. These are the same ones we had. It says July. Oh, you know what? It says, I see June 1, 2026.
So is that the only?
No, that's correct though, because summer school started. So I don't believe this one was actually amended. Oh, what was amended was the AB 1200 because the attachment had less pages. And so we were able to make sure the attachment had all the full pages here and we posted on the website to make it the disclosure. Right.
Can I get, oh no, I have a motion.
Ask a
Second.
quick question?
Yeah, Dr. Weisberg.
Just procedurally, is it, and this may be a Dr. McCoy question, is it extraneous or a reasonable request? I think sometimes there's time to say what's amended in this, and sometimes it's much harder to see when you're reading the document. Is it possible to put on an amended document very quickly, like this is why it's amended?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. That's the whole question.
Okay.
I just think it's sometimes that you feel like you're going on like an investigatory mission to try to figure out what it is, and it's like 2 words. So that would be great.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did want to, so we have I'm just trying to think, because we haven't sent the AB 1200 letter from the county to everyone.
We have not made that public yet, but we do have it signed from the county.
So I'm just gonna read that in, because it was sent to me. So it says, the Los Angeles County Superintendent of Schools reviewed the Burbank Unified School District's public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreements concerning tentative agreements with the Burbank Teachers Association and California School Employees Association, Chapter 674. The agreements cover the period July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. And the district's governing board is scheduled to act on this agreement on June 25th, 2026. With the cost of the agreements incorporated, the district projects increased ongoing compensation expenditures of approximately 0.67 million in 25-26. The district's analysis projects reserves of 3% for 25-26, 26-27, and 27-28. As a reminder, Education Code Section 42142 requires the district superintendent to send the county superintendent any revisions to the district's current budget to fulfill the collective bargaining agreement settlement within 45 days of adoption. AB 2756 and Government Code Section 3547.5C authorize the county superintendent to take specific action if a school district does not process these revisions. We appreciate the cooperation. Contact this person. So that just says filed it and your calculations are correct. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Dr. Weisberg.
Separate from salary negotiations, are we expecting summer school to stay stagnant next summer as well, or will we be doing this again in the summer?
As of today, we're expecting it to stay the same.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, it's been moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Cano to ratify the tentative agreement with BTA as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12N, ratification of tentative agreement between the Burbank Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 674, reallocations and salary changes in accordance with AB 1200. Dr. Hasty.
Yeah, so this was amended with the AB 1200, but also we had other agreements prior to me being here that we also added to this for the amendment. So since, let me make sure I'm on the right one here. Okay. The agreement primarily implements classified salary schedule realignment based on the compensation study previously completed by the district in conjunction with CSEA. The agreement also includes a few targeted updates to contract language, increasing the grounds technician pest control certification stipend, clarifying lunch period language, updating compensatory time and leaves provisions. And I just really like to thank CSEA leadership for their partnership and collaboration and really their approach in general throughout the process. We appreciate the work that went into reaching this agreement. The required AB 1200 fiscal analysis has been completed and confirms the district can meet the financial obligations of this agreement. We recommend ratification of the TA, the tentative agreement.
And so you said that this one, the items that were changed between publishing and now we're adding the full AB 1200 analysis and the additional items from previous.
Correct, the additional
negotiations?
articles.
And so does this finish CSEA for 25-26 then?
Yes.
Okay. So that closes those so we can
Correct.
down with one of our bargaining partners for the year. How lovely. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Any other questions? Sorry, I asked mine before. The motions. All right. All those in favor, I'm sorry, motion by Dr. Weisberg, second by Board Member Olson to approve 12N as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes as amended. 12O, second reading of the 26-27 Burbank Unified School District Local Control Funding Formula and Local Control and Accountability Plan. Dr. Anders, from whence are you?
He's in the bullpen.
Hello.
I don't have anything to present. This is the second reading. So again, Robin Anders, thank you for President Abby Ponser Kamkar for bringing me up to discuss the LCAP. Members of the community, we've gone through a process this fall and spring, having meetings. It's also been a lively discussion as part of our superintendent's budget advisory committee as well. So we've had multiple meetings. It's been brought to our DLAC committee, which is a committee comprised of parents and faculty and staff around our English learners. And it's been sent to our SELPA. It's also been reviewed by the LA County and gone through their pre-review process. And so this is the final milestone for us to put our 2026-2027 LCAP in place for next year.
Great. Wonderful. So no changes from last time.
Correct. It is still possible that the county will request a few modifications, but especially with some very specific budget items. But usually those are very minor in nature. It's just making sure our numbers exactly match some of the same calculations that they create at the county.
Got it. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
Any other questions? My question I didn't get to ask you because I ran out of the room last time, was just, we had a large amount of carryover this year. Do you know why that it looks like it wasn't budget? We weren't thinking we were going to have carryover this year, was my recollection for our LCFF funds.
There's
No, for our LCAP funds, sorry.
two ways to look at carryover. So this is sort of our reserve from previous years. So we spent actually just over 30,000 more than we brought in revenues. So we aren't carrying over any funds that we received this school year. These are carryover dollars for previous years that were built up during COVID and ESSER and when we had one-time funds through COVID-19. So this is honestly just a nice buffer for us to have in that budget to be able to sustain programs if we see that our revenues start to decline.
Didn't we think we were going to spend it all though? I thought we had a budget for this that was going down to almost nothing.
The slides last time indicated we had at 1.2 million in carryover that dropped to about 1.5. And then at one year we were anticipating at the end of the year we'd have 400,000 in carryover. We had a little more than that. So the last 2 years we've had last year and going into next year, we will have 700,000 in carryover. So we haven't touched that reserve.
Got it.
That's built up.
Neat. Any other questions for Dr. English? Ms. Cano?
Okay, I have a question. It's really actually not specifically about this, but I just want to run it by you. Have we been able to, I think I asked this last year also, been able to, or where can we see remember in the olden days, I told you, remember we used to look at similar schools and we used to get that when we were doing STAR testing. And now with SBAC, have we been able to identify, just to compare ourselves to similar districts to us?
Yeah, there's really neat ways to do that with the way the state reports the data. So once it's our current data from this spring is not available to do that yet. But last year's data, spring of 2025, you can compare us against other school districts and the state pretty easily on the CASP public data release. Yeah.
Well, I think she's asking, will it populate some districts that it sees as similar?
Right.
Is that what you're asking?
Doesn't do that. You'd have to identify the district yourself.
Okay.
Glendale Unified, Las Virgenes.
I was gonna say, I could
Yeah. Okay, so it's not like
sidebar with you on a couple that I found that are kind of.
Also happy to sit down and we could look at that together at some point.
Great, thanks.
All right. Moved by Dr. Weisberg and seconded by Clerk Cano. All those in favor of our LCFF and LCAP adoption, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 12P, approval of status of local indicators. Dr. Anders.
This I do have a presentation.
Better.
1 second. Thank you, President Sponsor Camcar, members of the board, community, district staff, and everyone here tonight. I'm here to present on our local indicators. This is step that we need to complete for the California dashboard. We will be reporting locally these indicators now, and they will be a part of the 2026 dashboard release in October. These are a couple of areas or items that the state doesn't have specific metrics that they measure or that they look at, but allow us to look just locally and self-reflect or self-evaluate where we are in this process. So a couple of those indicators is looking at how we are meeting our own board goals and reflection scale. So just a reminder, our 4 goals for the school district are to prepare all students to be college and career ready, to support all students, both physically, emotionally, and mentally, for them to access their instruction, retain and recruit high quality employees, and then efficient and effective operations, which includes our facilities. The reflection scale that the state asks us to use is to go on a 1 to 5 scale. So exploration, beginning development, initial implementation, full implementation, and then full implementation and sustainability. So the first place, the priority that they want us to look at is priority 2. And this is how far we're coming along in our adopted curriculum. This really came in place around the time when we were switching to Common Core standards. So this was very relevant when those standard changes were made. But since then, there's been a couple subjects and recently have made adjustments to their framework, not necessarily standards. And so you can see that a couple of the items on this, especially when it comes to instructional materials, we've actually lowered our score because we're just now need to keep up with any adjustments. And when I say lower, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're not performing as well. It just means that we may need to look at some new materials to stay relevant and current with the frameworks that have come out. That's specifically in English language arts, math, and our history social studies, and history social studies primarily because we are developing a course for financial literacy. Math, there is a new framework that we can look at. And then the other is English language arts. The good thing is that we're coming up on adoptions. So math will be piloting next year. And by the end of the year, hopefully bringing you an adoption to approve. And then English language arts will be the following year. So that's part of the process for us is doing that. So you can see our local assessment data, looking at English language arts and math at elementary. These scores have stayed pretty much consistent in the last year or two. When we looked at the LCAP last week, we talked about elementary English, and we have switched from our iReady assessment to STAR. We believe STAR is going to meet our needs better. They both provide forecasting for proficiency on the state exam, but it's still not the exact same test. So to be able to compare iReady to STAR is a little bit of apples to oranges. So next year we'll have data to be really looking at how we're doing from one year to the next with STAR. When it comes to math, also pretty consistent there. A 1% increase is what we're forecasting there with our students in math. And I think that can be attributed to some of the work we've been doing with Ed Partners at elementary and our math screeners and focusing on math vocabulary and conceptual understanding. Secondary local assessment data, we look at English and math, grades 6 through 8. We're projecting an increase of approximately 1% from last year, and then a total increase of 7% the last 2 years on our SBAC results. And you can see how we compare with our local assessments as well there. This one's a little bit of a challenging year. We're using interim assessments, so it doesn't exactly give proficiency. It gives near standard and above standard. So we'll be able to look at how we did this year with next year once we've done the full 2 years with the interim assessments there. Math has been the super bright spot, and we got to highlight that a little bit last week with LCAP. So we're making some significant increases there. Increase of 16% on our local assessments and 10% over the last 2 years So we've had 2 years consistent growth, 6% and then 4% across our middle school classrooms. So very proud of the work that we've been doing in math. Shout out to all of our team there that's been coming together, and they work a lot of extra hours and do a lot of extra work to be able to collaborate around PLC work and make this happen for our students. Grades 9 through 12, we continue to use the district writing prompt, which has been a great assessment for us locally with our students. I've seen a slight decrease in our proficiency there. The other place is looking at our 11th grade scores. So we've had no change from previous years and an increase from 2 years ago. So we've been able to sustain those high scores from 2 years ago. 9th grade through 12th grade high school math. A reminder, not all students take math in high school. So this is a lot of our 9th, 10th, and some 11th, and a handful of 12th that do our local assessments. And you can see there was a slight decrease, increase of 4% from last year. But when you look back 2 years, we had a slight decrease. Overall, for the CAS scores, an increase of 4%, and then a total increase of 11%. So they also reflect the middle school work that we've been doing. So a lot of growth in math, and that's been a focus for us. Next area is looking at our professional development offerings that we do throughout the year. So that was also a conversation of LCAP last week. So that's part of the reason we bring local indicators at the adopted time of LCAP. And you can see we spend some money towards this, but it's an important aspect of our work. And so we're in full implementation with our self-reflection tool for looking at all the different areas that we provide professional development. Priority 3, family and parent engagement, full implementation across the board on all of the different rating scales there. Being able to make sure that we provide opportunities to engage with our families, primarily through school site council meetings, LCAP. The Budget Advisory Committee was a new area for community to engage with district staff. It's also looking at our results from our Hanover Research school climate survey and seeing how families respond to those questions as far as feeling welcomed at schools, as well as their differences and diversity being welcomed and respected. Another area of the climate survey is to look at priority 6. And these are the findings and recommendations from our school satisfaction survey. So LCAP this year, compared to last year, most parents agree with statements that the LCAP, the participation or total understanding of that plan was a little lower this year. That'll be a focus for next year, especially as we start a new 3-year cycle. We'll be engaging the community a lot. That is our opportunity next year to really shift focus. School environment, favorable opinions about our school environments, and that's consistent from previous years. Generally positive opinions about our school principals. District leadership, you can see that we've had a challenging year with trust in our community. So that's reflected in our school climate survey. Parent participation continues to be largely positive across all of our schools. The professional development is an area of growth. So we're doing a lot of work there. And we're also increasing some of the fundings by using our reallocated learning recovery educational block grant funds to be able to ensure that we can sustain and provide training to all of our staff, including classified. Bullying perceptions have continued to improve. There's still some concerns in some areas. PBIS, they feel very knowledgeable, but aren't sure about its effectiveness. And so that can be something that we get some more information on about how to make sure that is valued. And then the mental health resources has stayed consistent or slightly decreased, but we do a separate mental health survey in the fall. And we've already gone over a lot of those results as far as meeting the needs of our, especially our high school students, secondary students. And then lastly, our student participation in CTE courses. Again, this is not comprehensive in the fact that it is only measuring from our respondents. but it has increased at least from the respondents to this survey. And we push really hard for our high school students to participate in this survey. So a couple of the recommendations that came out of the survey is to conduct a district-wide technology inventory and needs survey to address growing gaps in perceived technology adequacy. Actually started that work and we're able to, and that was prior to the survey and the findings. But we've been able to meet with staff and bring forward a proposal that was approved this summer. So we'll be implementing that and bringing more awareness about ed tech, especially at our middle schools. But this is also something for us to stay cognizant of as we're approaching the need to refresh our 21st century classrooms, including projectors and other items of the technology that our staff uses directly. Develop and disseminate clear guidance for parents about what they should do in an event of an emergency at their child's school and ensure they have access to existing school safety plans. So some of this is a bit challenging. It is a indicator or a recommendation in our survey. Some portions of the safety plans is best to keep confidential in case of an emergency, but we can do our best to communicate protocols and processes for parents and how the communication will be rolled out. We have worked with Hanover previously on a flow chart of emergency preparedness and communications. So we can revisit that, make sure that that gets incorporated into all the materials that our schools send out at the beginning of the year. The third one is to share positive trends in bullying as far as perceptions and the school community, to conduct focus groups with parents across school levels to develop targeted anti-bullying supports. So I think that is always going to be an area where we can get feedback and work specifically with families that are having the need for us to address their concerns. So we'll continue that with some of the recommendations here. Okay. So the final steps for the local indicators, we bring them to the board. You guys will approve them. They will be no matter how we rate ourselves or how we reflect or self-evaluate, as long as we submit our findings, they are met on the state dashboard. But there you will see our ratings that are included in next year's 2026 dashboard once it's released.
Thank you, Dr. Anders. Can I get a motion in a second? Then we'll do discussion. Thank you. Questions? Dr. Weisberg and then Ms. Cano. Oh, Ms. Cano, go ahead.
I've got 7 totally unrelated questions. Just number one, with the parent survey, do we know the number of parents that actually?
It's in the cover memo, I believe.
Oh. We had
Yeah.
percentages. I just didn't know if there were actual numbers.
Um,
Percentages are there, but I didn't know what that meant in terms of numbers. Okay.
There is a total amount.
Well, if it's there, I'll look for it then.
yeah, I don't know it off the top of my head. to be
Okay, I was
honest.
just looking at in and then let's see, again, then the question is with the CTE, the actual number of students that actually participated as opposed to just a percentage.
That is we just finished, so shout out to our SIS analysts. We just certified CalPads. And so we did that this week, actually. So those numbers are really fresh, but I don't have those off the top of my head. But I can make sure that we have those. And we usually look at those in December-ish when we do our high school dashboard. We go over all the dashboard items on for high school graduation, CTE, college and career, all of those, and then we'll have those numbers for sure.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful to see that. And then just in terms of when we talked about with things coming up with getting new materials. So first, you said history and social studies because we're going to be doing financial literacy, or what is it?
Yeah, so financial literacy will be a new course requirement.
How are we doing with ethnic studies?
Ethnic studies, we surveyed the teachers and we shared the results of their reflection on the year. And that was in one of the weekly board letters. So that was a presentation we had prepared, but we've had full agendas. So it's in there if you would like to look at that. But this is our first cohort of students that went through and took health paired with ethnic studies this school year. So this freshman class will be our first graduating cohort with that as the graduation requirement instead of our health and careers.
Okay, so did we have to buy do we need to buy anything else new?
So that's a great question, because that was one of the requests from our staff was to fully complete there's a course reader and make sure they have access to all the text within the course reader. So we're not adopting a textbook, but we've adopted a course reader with various texts to,
Okay, so
for them to reference.
Okay, that's because I just didn't hear anything about what.
In part of the development, we had not a lot of consensus on a commonly used book for ethnic studies because it was pretty much brand new for everyone. So that was one of the reasons as well too. But we're still exploring.
Okay, and then I know there's one, well, I won't say it was a company that's like CSBA, and I'll talk to you about that later then.
But you're correct in that that score went down a little bit because we need to finalize plans for those two courses that are part of that department.
Okay, and it's not just us, because I know truthfully,
totally.
all of us teachers, so we're going, wait, so what do you want us to teach? What exactly? Yeah, it's very, very new. I think that was, I guess just in terms of, no, other things, I'll talk to it another time. Thanks.
Dr. Weisberg?
Hello. Okay. One thing I would love to see, and this may have been in a weekly report, I may have missed it. All the results of the school satisfaction survey. Did we ever get sent that?
No.
It would be awesome to get that. I also think, and this is something that we've spoken about off and on for quite some time, which is we ask people to take surveys all the time, and I don't think we often share the results out with the community. And I think that helps create more participation in future surveys. And so I would love us to get into the habit of sharing out, however we feel appropriate, the results of said surveys. Because a lot of the other two questions I have, one is directly related to, I think I would have seen it in the survey, which is there's still some areas of concern regarding bullying. It'd be interesting to know where those areas lie. I mean, in reading this, it talks about how the focus seems to be less on what we somehow call personal characteristics, but we also know anecdotally there's been an uptick in hate speech. And so it'd be interesting to be able to look at the data together and sift through it. So I guess that's more of a ponderance than a question, but
and evaluation of our survey itself.
Yes.
Make sure
yes,
if we're not asking some of those questions that we're getting some of that explicit.
Yeah. I think it's just going to make the whole process more useful for everybody. I wonder if you had any thoughts on it's not huge, but the decline in NAF Academy participation, what you think that could be about. And this is, I mean, you may not know.
A couple things that could contribute to that, but mostly anecdotally, not necessarily that I know for certain. And one is we've had a tremendous increase in our dual enrollment courses. So we're seeing a lot of students that are really looking at the CTE dual enrollment option. And that sometimes anytime we're doing really well with one place, we're stealing some kids from one of our other programs.
And it's also a combination of a decline in enrollment, the dual enrollment as well. And specifically, we know that exists at Burbank High compared to Burroughs a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think too, this is something that when we get our dashboard for all of our graduation indicators that we should look closely at. This is self-reported of just the students who took the satisfaction survey, not necessarily a true depiction of all the kids who participate in the program.
Okay.
But sometimes this is good data too, in that just awareness of the program, whether they participated or not.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we just only know the kids who did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Olson?
Am I up? I'll start with the thing that I think echoes everybody else's sort of concerns, which is the 30% decline in survey responses, giving us, 1,700. It just, in the last couple of years, just makes a lot of the data feel a little hard to map and really understand the validity of it. So I think the directive, I think we talked about this in the spring when we were, I don't know, when did I come on board? No, it was the fall when we were reviewing the previous May's survey results. And we were talking about like the marketing around that, because I do think that more voices would give us a clearer picture. Obviously, but I think the urgency around that. I had some questions about the top of the report, not the presentation, where it shows our teachers of English learners. And I was just wondering if you could explain a little bit further the out of field, ineffective, and incomplete classifications.
Give me a second to pull does somebody have a copy of the cover? You're talking about on the cover letter, right?
Yes.
Is that in this one or is that in the federal?
BUSD local indicators, page
Well,
2.
okay, so the clear
Oh, there it is. Sorry.
the clear credential is any teacher who's clearly met all the credential requirements for single subject, multiple subject, or self-contained classroom at elementary. Out of field is they're credentialed. They're just teaching in a subject that may be out of field.
Okay.
Of their credential. Intern is obviously somebody who's interning with us. Ineffective is interesting because that's a unique category. So, especially at secondary, it's the entire teacher's schedule. So they teach typically 5 periods a day. So it's looking at every single period of their schedule to see, have they completed all the requirements for that. Sometimes ineffective is an issue of them having English learner in a classroom where they might not be fully SEDI trained, right?
Oh, so they could be technically classified as not fully
Right.
effective.
The other one,
Ineffective is
the
a little
other
cruel.
that could pop up in ineffective is special ed teacher, but they don't necessarily have all of the training to work with a specific disability.
Okay. I mean, do these numbers seem, I don't really have a gauge of reference of,
And then last one is incomplete, is just the data isn't substantial enough to determine
to determine if that's,
if they're fully credentialed or not.
I guess I'm just curious, that context makes sense. And also it's impossible for every teacher to have every box checked of everything, but it's like, are these numbers relatively strong? Mediocre? I'm just curious.
Well, we'd like
How it makes you feel.
we'd like them to be all zeros.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is this is a snapshot that's taken in October when we do our CBEDs on Census Day. And there are,
right,
if we have leaves and we have substitutes in those classrooms,
yeah, it's
we
the
have
one
to
day.
report
Got it.
the substitute. Now, it wouldn't be for one day, because we would still have the teacher of record for that. But if we're at a couple of months where we have our normally credentialed teacher is out, then we have to report who's in that classroom. So I think it's unrealistic to think we'll ever get to zero. But there's some areas where we can make some traction. There's also some positions that are very hard to fill. And so, we try to make sure we have the most appropriately credentialed staff. We can do some things with local assignment option too, to make sure that we're verifying and validating that even if they don't have the appropriate credential, we locally determined that we feel like they have the training to be able to teach that course.
Yeah, that makes sense. Another question I had, I guess, just more of a directive. I feel like just the general feeling of if you're not growing, you're shrinking applies to some of this, like little dips in ELA. And I'm just kind of curious, like we're doing so good in math. And even though these are significant small percentage drops, I'm just kind of curious as to like, if you, as this is our self-reflective tool, right? Like,
Yep.
Where's our detective hat on like, okay, how are we getting into this? Is it because we switched to Dibbles this year? Is it like, what are some of the things that you would suss out from that? And are there any specific action items that we're taking to kind of address that?
So one of the things that the state is doing is they're switching more to a growth monitoring model as opposed to looking at how this year's third grade did versus last year's third grade. So they're looking at more like cohort tracking of,
Okay.
so now we're comparing last year's third graders to this year's.
COVID taught us some lessons. Yeah.
And that's definitely true because we've seen some of these scores go, especially when we start tracking by grade level, not so much elementary, middle, and high, but
Yeah.
grade level, that it's like, whoa, what's happening here? It's like, well, there's just a cohort of kids that have unique needs or extremely high performers. It's not that we're really doing anything significantly different in our classrooms. So that's one. So we can look at growth and cohort tracking as a mechanism to do that. But to answer your question about what are we doing about the data? I would say that 10 years ago, we were where we are with math of what we're talking about with English language arts. And if anybody was here when Sharon Caseo said, just give us some time. We're doing the right work, but you just don't see it in the scores and in the performance because it takes a while. Even with math, I have to laugh because of the local assessments. 2 or 3 years ago, we were a little bit concerned because we saw a huge drop in our local assessment data, and that was because we had rewritten all of our assessments to be more aligned to the rigor that
makes sense.
the state assessments had. So we saw that drop, but then now we're seeing all the benefits of now that we're teaching that way consistently and at that depth of knowledge or depth of complexity that our students are performing better. And so I think we've started that work with English language arts. And part of what we need to do is get our curriculum aligned across all of our classrooms. And once we establish that consistency, then I think we'll see things take off.
And so you're saying that what you're assuming is that bit of a drop is the catalyst of that happening is because of changes in instruction.
Those are already happening, especially at secondary. At elementary, maybe a bit of a different story. And that's something that we can dive into a little more. But we've also had some adjustments in some of the assessment tools that we've been working with. So
Okay.
we're not seeing the results right away, but we've also not changed very much. So yeah, we've kind of been at this weird plateau of 60%, 58% for a while, but that's still pretty solid looking at the state and some of the other area districts around us. But we're always looking to increase for sure.
Another kind of wondering was the PBIS, because I know that same feedback was what we received in the fall as well. And I'm just kind of curious, from the standpoint of kind of looking at MTSS on a bigger scope and expanding PBIS and some of the other strategies that are in here on kind of wellness and, looking at school climate. Has there been any deliberate movement to say okay, if it's not feeling effective, how can we raise those voices and see what would be effective? I'm just curious to get any more insight to that specific finding since the last time.
I'd invite anybody else to speak to it. I'm not as involved with PBIS as some of the other staff in the district. I would say, though, a lot of our focus as of late has been specifically around diversity, equity, inclusion, and hate speech. And so sometimes when you put your focus on something that's either lateral or very aligned, but not necessarily that PBIS program specifically, people feel like they know enough about it, but because they're not thinking about it and doing it with fidelity every day, it starts to lose some of the value that they might have for it. They see value in other things that we're working on. That's just from my perspective, but
yeah,
that might be worth asking our student services department.
And I feel like kind of a maybe directive from that, or I'm open if anybody has anything to share. I guess I would just kind of like to see, and maybe this comes as part of the redesign of the LCAP and things like that, just kind of that general intervention strategy on how we're bridging kind of that academic and the mental wellness and the well-being of our students kind of together. Because I do think that there's a lot of value, and the way that they are designed is so woven together, but it does take the effort to kind of do that. So that can maybe be something that we table for the future. Did you have something to, I just felt your itch.
Yeah, Ms. Cano's next.
Also, I'm sorry, I'm not done with my questions.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Or just thoughts. Again, this is, to me, this is a cool opportunity. I mean, we're using this tool that the state provides as a way to like give us a rubric to say, here's to evaluate yourself. But I just think it's a cool moment to discuss because the LCAP is underway. You know, there's not a lot of movement. This is a way for us to kind of just chat about it. I think the survey piece on the emergency, especially as a family member and someone who really went through all those safety plans, this is something I'd really like to see come out stronger in the fall, like with those committees. This was a feedback that we had given to student services earlier because I feel like a lot of the safety plans weren't cohesive and also just like consistent and clear. And I feel like focusing on those might have a direct impact. And I know that that was kind of written in there, but I just felt like it deserved noting because it's, you know, a weakness we found. And I think that, I don't know, just that deliberate focus on that would be a directive. Yeah, I appreciate the full report of it because it is nice to kind of see not just what the state's asking us to do, but how it kind of aligns to what we're thinking. So, but thank you for that.
A lot of this is to the way just for context, the way we look at how we do assessments within the district is we really are putting our focus on formative assessments throughout the year. And so even this process is kind of an autopsy of the end of the year data. The school year's already over. So love to be able to bring more snapshots throughout the year of this is where we're at. This is where we're trending, right? This is the direction we're going. And that's even something we're discussing of like a dashboard for LCAP to see, are we on track throughout the year as opposed to just waiting until this point. So,
I mean, what you're saying, just to reiterate, is like, this is the summative data that doesn't feel live and representing of what's going on.
Totally. But it's also the piece that we're required to work with the state and the county, but doesn't stop us from being able to take more live snapshots throughout the year.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see.
Dr. Weisberg.
I would just say in general, I think the point you made there is something we need to look at, not just for PBIS, but we've talked about this with our DEI teacher leads, which is what are the metrics we're using to measure success? Obviously, a lot of this is it's not a tangible, you can't point at it, but how are we measuring whether these are programs that are doing what we're asking them to do? And every time it's come up the last couple of years that we first introduced it, you know, some of us go to the mat for our DEI teacher leads, but we still don't really have the data to support the work that's being done. We know it's important. There's no question there, but what is different about our sites and our classrooms than it was before we had these positions? And again, this isn't me questioning the teachers doing the job, but rather if we're going to go to bat for programs, we have to be able to have data that supports their success. And similar with PBIS, right? Like what is changing at our school sites? Where are areas of concern? So I think this to me is a real systemic issue of like, where are the supports for these programs so that we know that they're doing what we want them to do? And if they're not, then what do we need to change? So that was, I think, to your point about whether it's a snapshot or a more accurate summative eval at the end, even though like, I mean, I think this is a discussion we need to have for many of the things that we're looking at within LCAP. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
And we do look at the school satisfaction survey and with our cabinet leadership team to look at all these different trends and things for the different departments that are in charge of some of the various programs that are being evaluated, you know, we're getting feedback on. Yeah.
Great. I have a couple of, I think, mostly clarifying questions. On the elementary indicator or local assessments, is that data just third grade or is it all elementary grades? Is it third through fifth? What grades is that representing?
Third through fifth.
Third through fifth. Okay.
Or excuse me, for local data? Let me see.
For the local data, yeah.
Well, that one is actually K through 5 this year. Next year it'll be 3rd through 5.
For the top one.
The top one. So the 25, 26, 60% English students or elementary students scored proficient on the most recent STAR reading assessment district benchmark would include K through 5.
Okay. But you're saying next year it won't be K through 5, it will be just 3 through 5.
For STAR, because we're going to be using Dibbles for
Right.
K1, 2.
Will we be able to change the benchmark data so that it's just showing us 3 through 5? Okay, cool. So we'll have a different number there that shows us what this number in 25, 26 was for 3
Yeah,
through
we
5
just,
to be able to
we
compare.
probably just compare this year's 3rd through 5th to next.
Cool, thanks. That was, I think, my question. Perfect. On the school climate results piece, you know, I feel like we get like like a little bit of it during LCAP time, and then we like get like the full report way later, which is, I feel like does a disservice to you in particular, because you're like, hey, do you guys want some survey results 6 months after we gave the survey? So I think just having the full report would be great, even if it's gets attached to whatever we send out regarding our LCAP.
That could be a conversation that maybe next year, the whole survey results are included in the local indicators.
That could be great.
Yep.
Do we get enough responses for principals to be able to see like their own view by school, or for us to be able to identify issues at a particular school?
I would say it's secondary probably, but not necessarily at elementary. Just because we're spread some school sites, just
Yeah.
they don't have the numbers.
Right. I wonder if that is a way to engage with school site councils and their local PTAs to
Yep.
help them or get them to recruit people to take the surveys, only because it's really helpful data.
Well,
right?
the challenge that I've come across this year, which is we have to have a conversation about, is the schools are doing their own surveys too,
Oh.
which is, I don't want to stop them from doing that because I think has its own value, but there is survey fatigue is real.
Right.
And so I think parents are feeling like, well, I completed one. Why would I complete the districts
Yeah.
as well? So I think that's something we're going to have to talk through.
I mean, I think it's also coordinating with the principals and trying to find out like what of this would meet their needs, right? Is their survey really about like kind of operational needs? Like, do you want to have our math night on a Tuesday or a Thursday? Or is it really like, do you want to find out if bullying is a concern versus something else, right? And so I think we obviously want data that we can look at over time. And if there are pieces that they're like, well, I would use your survey, but it's just missing this one piece of data, then maybe we add it in, or not. But like, it's something to think about to make it actionable for individual schools. Because I think especially there are particular pieces about this survey that I think could be actionable for them. Ms. Cano.
I just want to jump, for something like that, like Emerson, that's going to be our next thing on there, that's going school-wide Title I. Won't this survey be super important for them to be able to give for their school? For their site plan?
No, not necessarily. Their site plan really runs through their school site council and is.
Right, but they're not going to use the information. They don't get that information back to help them.
They could. We mostly look a lot at the performance at the school, the assessment performance, as well as.
Here's my question. How many other
Yeah.
schools do we have right now that are school-wide Title I?
School-wide Title I. All 3 of our middle schools are, and I believe we have 5 elementaries, 5 or 6.
All right. Okay. I'm just curious, just in terms of if they're using the
school satisfaction survey, they have their school site council, their SIPSA has to single plan for student achievement has to be aligned to the LCAP. So in that sense, yes, but I don't know that they're looking specifically at their own school's results from the school site survey. And I don't know if that was what you're asking.
It is, and that's what I'm saying. Would it be helpful then if in some way we could
Incentivize them to get
yeah,
participation.
disaggregate it, or however we have it?
Yeah,
That's
it is. We do disaggregate by school.
okay. I'm saying,
Yeah.
especially when you're school-wide like that, to be able to, because you're really relying and looking at that LCAP. And so understanding that you have that, you can talk tailor-made to what you not want to do with your school.
Correct.
No, I think that's a really good point, right? And I think some of our Title I schools are very small, right? Like I think about Disney and McKinley and Providencia are 3 of the 6, and they're all right around 400, right? And so if they're not kind of an outsized participator in this survey, I don't even know what I don't know if it's actionable, right? And so this was super helpful. I think that was, I only had a couple of questions. Okay, great. Any other questions for Dr. Anders? Amazing. Thank you. As always, this was moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Clerk Kano to approve the status of our local indicators. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Anders. 12Q, approval of Title I school-wide program status for Ralph Emerson Elementary School. Is this you again? Dr. Anders,
Yeah.
hello again.
So this is a great, this is a great opportunity for Emerson. They have met the threshold is the primary factor that needs to be established to be able to be school-wide with their Title I funds. What this allows them to do is spend their Title I funds to create programs that every kid at the campus can benefit from. Whereas previously, when you're first identified for to receive Title I funds, it has to be targeted for specific students, which can be challenging to be able to do something that's comprehensive or cohesive with your campus. So the requirement for this is they have to do have to update their school plan for next year already, which they've done. And they have to do a comprehensive needs assessment, which is part of the school plan. So they've done those 2 pieces and they meet the threshold. So we just need your approval to be able to give them Title I funds to spend on all of their kiddos, not just some.
Great. Can I get a motion a second?
So move.
Second. Questions on this one?
I just,
Dr. Weisberg.
I'm sorry. They met the threshold and I know was it Disney? Which of our sites did we run into a little bit of scariness where we thought they were going to lose Title I?
Huerta.
Oh, it was Huerta. So, knowing what kind of support or reminders, like how are we going to make sure that we can help help Emerson stay within that threshold so they can get the funds that they need?
Once you've met the threshold and they've been approved to be school-wide, they don't have to meet a separate threshold to remain school-wide. They
Okay.
just have to continue to be within our bands locally to receive the funds.
Right.
So they won't lose school-wide. It's just whether or not they actually don't meet the
Right.
threshold to be Title I. And honestly, it's campaigning like we have been
With the free and reduced
with the free and
tuition, yeah.
reduced, and our schools know that, especially our Title I schools, and they honestly drive our numbers in the district more than any other schools because they want to ensure they keep their funding. And I think honestly, the parents at those schools know that, and so that's where a big incentive for us is to look at our high schools, because I think we're losing a lot. We're not getting near as many applications because there isn't that parent awareness of the Title I funds. Yep.
What's the lower bound of that band that would
30.
30? Okay. Okay, got it. All right. Any other questions? Does this open up any other opportunities for them in terms of other kind of funding streams or program participation? Like I was thinking about, I know that some schools, that's how they are able to participate in like ACEs and get that as part of their, I think that's because of Title I eligibility. Anything else that this opens up for them?
Definitely ACEs, but not off the top of my head for the elementary level. We'll have to explore that.
Okay. Yeah, I just, I think it's really exciting, to be able to support these kiddos this way. So, great. Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Board Member Olson. Approval of 12Q. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12R, approval of 26-27 consolidated application for categorical programs. Dr. Anders.
Hello again.
So this is your approval for us to continue to receive title funds and through the consolidated app. So it's just our intent to participate so that we can continue to receive those funds.
Can I have a motion, a second?
Second.
Questions on this one?
Can I, just for the record state, for the community to hear as well, what we're anticipating and getting for the 26-27 year. So we're anticipating getting about 2.2 million in Title I dollars, 330,000 in Title II, 223 in Title III limited English proficient. We will not be getting any dollars for Title III immigrant, and then $152,000 in Title IV funding.
Madam President, can I ask a question on that?
Sorry.
Can you provide clarification on the immigrant Title III programming and what qualifies or disqualifies, or where is?
I had that note. I know we don't have the number that's necessary that qualifies by the criteria. That's the plain simple definition. So we're losing those students. And I sent I sent an article yesterday that actually showed that data within the last 10 years, we're losing a lot of those families and kiddos going to school districts, specifically Burbank Unified as well.
You have to show growth to continue to receive those funds.
Growth.
Growth.
Interesting.
Yeah. So at some point you can't continue, you're not going to grow.
And like 2
we've hit
years ago, we were growing a lot.
Right.
And so there's, that's interesting. Is it year on year growth or is it?
year to year.
Okay, interesting. So they may come back if, yeah. Oh, interesting.
Oh, they should change that.
Call Congress.
Yeah, I'll add it to the list. But
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
We still
just
have- we
interesting
still have
that.
immigrant families, and we're still getting new immigrant families. We just aren't growing the number of immigrant families we have.
Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be curious as a kind of follow-up, and I'll add it to my notes for the numbers.
Well, it's
Because
also hard
again,
to know the impact of what's happening in our country.
that's kind of what I'm saying is like, I'm curious, is the growth is it this much or is it been a drop off, I'd be curious. to
And it's
see.
hard-
That
it's hard-
article was really, really interesting.
It's hard to know, and I don't know that we'll be able to,
Three less students.
3 fewer students. That's it.
But 3 students means we don't receive funds.
And so if next year we have one more student, we get Title III funds again.
Well, one more than we
Yeah, it
had
needs
this
to be
year.
One more than this year.
Yeah.
Exactly. Wow, that's fun.
Great model.
Successful model.
Um, I just wanted to say, I really appreciate the amount of effort on this. It looks like a lot of work. But also, I appreciate, at least in this current form, that it's got to focus on equity in terms of like what students are being served by, who's being taught by less experienced teachers or ineffective, I assume that the definition of ineffective stays the same in this case, as we talked about before. But, I think it's fair that we look at that data honestly. And it's also really good to see that we don't see big inequities across the board in those categories. But this looks like a lot of work. And so I just appreciate all that went into this. Any other comments on our consolidated app, CONAP, as it's known? All right, it was moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Olson, to approve 12R. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12S, approval of federal addendum, an annual revision for 25-26. Dr. Anders. You got really
Closing it out.
delegated. You got voluntold for tonight, didn't you?
This is allows us to use, this is an addendum to our LCAP. So the LCAP is a state planning tool. This addendum allows us as a district to continue to use our local LCAP as a state tool to receive federal funds and meet the federal requirements for planning, if that makes sense. The key factor here is we don't want to make changes to this because once it's been approved, and so we try to keep things consistent so it doesn't have to go back through a reapproval process, but we do update our teacher assignment monitoring each year.
Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Any discussion, questions? Ms. Olson?
That your statement answered a lot of my questions. I was just kind of curious if there was value in not updating so much of it, because a lot of it is from 2018. So you're pretty much saying that it's because if we were to do so, it would go through.
We're updating our LCAP. That's what's driving
Right.
district planning. So the reason not to look to make adjustments here is it's really just a mechanism for us for the federal government to recognize our LCAP as our planning tool.
Got
Does that
it.
make sense?
It does.
The one thing that has to change annually is the teacher assignment monitoring.
Got it. The only other thing that I was just curious if it changed because it just flagged for me that in December 2019, Monterey was identified as CSI. Have they gone out of that since?
Correct.
So I mean, that's kind of what I thought, but I was like, we should probably update that, right? Does that matter? That seemed like a more significant one.
You bring a good point. The reason that hasn't been updated is if we update one thing, they review the entire plan again. So you're kind of opening up a whole plan review to update one item.
Yeah.
But at some point we will. At some point we need to update that addendum, but usually that isn't until the state or the federal government changes their process for us in
Got it.
planning. So,
Okay.
like if the LCAP changed by the state or the federal government changed.
Then it would trigger the.
Correct.
Okay. So then all the other things I was like, this seems out of date. It's like, okay, now I understand why. But that was the only one that I was like, that felt a little bit more significant. So, okay.
And so if this were to get updated, would it go to the California Department of Education first or would it? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Any other discussion, questions? Okay. Approval 12S was moved by Ms. Olson, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll abstain.
All right. Motion passes 3-0 with 1 abstention. 12T, approval of agreement with Family Service Agency of Burbank to provide school-based counseling services in 26-27. I'm going to assume this is Dr. Macias.
Yes, and I know there's a little bit of challenges or confusion, and I just want to talk to it before we talk about it as well. This is being brought back because there was some changes to the language itself of the contract, and that's in highlighted form. So those the additional comments that were provided, then it was shared with FSA themselves, and this is the contract that is set and hopefully good, and we'll get signatures and we should be done because it was approved a couple meetings ago. This is just the updated language to reflect that. So.
Okay. Let's do a motion a second first.
So moved.
Okay. So, and the additions, the changes from our previous approval are the ones that are highlighted.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And so not like what's underlined under point of contact, for example, because that is.
I think it's all underlined. No, it's underlined and yellow highlighted.
Underlined and yellow.
Yeah,
Okay, just making sure. Okay, questions, comments, Dr. Weisberg.
I'm curious as to who is going to be making sure that these things are happening from our end.
From our end, I think that's something that we'll discuss as a team. I'll take guidance from Dr. McCoy
Great.
in terms of the reorg, where this will fall under in terms of positions, but that's something to be discussed.
Great. Thank you.
But there will be some deep accountability for sure. I want to assure you.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you because many of these were the suggestions that I asked for, and I could tell that they were like very collaboratively edited. So thank you for bringing it back to us.
Anything else? Yeah, just to appreciate bringing this back with such substantive changes and I think really productive changes.
Yeah.
And thank you to FSA for being a great partner in this particular work. Moved by Board Member Olson, seconded by Ms. Cano, the approval of the agreement with Family Services Agency of Burbank to provide school-based counseling services. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12U, adoption of AP language textbook. Dr. Macias?
Dr. Andrews, are you around?
Oh, Dr. Anders,
Dr. Anders, the white courtesy phone.
he's out in the hallway.
I'm in.
We're at 12U, adoption of textbook.
AP language.
One of our students grabbed me, or was
That's all right.
discussing things in the hallway.
It's always good to be talking to students. So adoption of AP language textbooks, tell us more.
So our AP language textbooks are out of date. College Board identifies the texts that we can use. It's just a matter of how current they are. And so this is the most current College Board approved text for AP language. And we're in dire need of some new textbooks for the course.
And can you speak to the selection process with our
Yeah.
teachers?
Yeah, the selection process went through both sites, primarily through Burroughs, because we have a lot more sections at Burroughs and multiple teachers teaching the course at Burroughs. So they reviewed this and compared it against their current textbook. And the AP, the UC Doorways, excuse me, not UC Doorways, College Board course description for AP to make sure it's the right textbook for their course. But it's not the same as a traditional publisher where we have multiple courses. It's just specific to this one advanced placement course.
Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Questions, comments? Ms. Olson?
Thank you for sharing kind of the process. One of the things I wanted to ask was that I didn't see any volume discount or anything applied for 450. I just want to make sure we asked for something. Did we ask?
I can't say that we asked for a volume discount, but I can, if with this approval, we can still go back and ask to see
Okay.
if they will, they'll bring down the price for the number of volume that we're ordering.
Yeah, I mean, because 450, I was pretty impressed. But it did say just Burroughs. So you're saying that it was just because the majority is at Burroughs, but this will be distributed towards both.
Yep.
And then I was curious if they provided any like online supplemental support, practice exams, things like that. Do you know? Because I know College Board likes to change things quickly.
Yeah. I don't know that off the top of my head. This was driven by our teachers primarily.
I mean,
to really-
they are the experts for sure. This is just also sort of my world asking. Because the other element, and you said it was the most recent, but it didn't include a published date. And so I was just curious if that was something.
Most recent in that the College Boards, this is the most recent text that they've approved. For the,
Oh, okay. So then,
yeah, so they
That's impressive.
usually don't take the old texts away. But this is one, the as far as I know, the newest text that they've approved for the course.
I guess it's just like a standard ask for the future would maybe be some of these elements of like, did we negotiate? Did we ask for a discount? Kind of yay, nay. That would be, sorry, I know you're all laughing at me because that's,
We love it. That's how
because I'm like,
Because nobody, that's why it takes so many. I love it.
yeah.
It works.
And yeah, exactly. So like this was something I literally licensed, which was advanced placement. And the frequency at which these change and evolve is very obnoxious. And to support these kids and the students,
I'll just call you
It
Aaron
should-
Rodgers from now on.
yeah, I mean, but anyway, but yeah, I think that is a
No, it's valid question. The only challenge is these are only from one publisher most of the time, so we're not able to negotiate versus with another supplier, right?
Yeah.
They're the one person we can buy these books from.
I know, which is why they assume you won't ask.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
Listen, you get David Gerharder on that phone.
That's
with you.
true.
He will figure it out.
That's true.
Ms. Cano.
Can we find out though if they have any digital support? Or
Yes.
do we have site licenses or maybe that's part of our negotiation then?
Yeah.
Could we get site licenses thrown in there too?
Yeah, we can always take even though this is approved, we can bring the cost down. Yep.
And this is for AP Spanish or multiple languages?
This is for English AP Lang.
English AP.
So-
language. Got it. I know. I was like, AP language. I work which language?
So in place of their English
God,
course.
my poor
they-
brain. Okay. That makes more sense
to everything. You guys. All right. Any other questions on this? Okay. Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Olson with a request to get a discount.
Actually, you know, from a leverage standpoint, can you speak to the urgency of this? Because if we table it, they might have more.
If we haven't approved it, you're saying?
Yeah,
They need.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Can you speak to the timeline and the level of urgency?
I think they need books before school starts, and our first meeting isn't until like the first.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that at all.
It's fair, I guess. Again, just next time. Sorry to interrupt you. Please
appreciate it.
proceed.
It's what I've termed like inconvenient advice. But good advice, just inconvenient. So moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Olson with a request to get a discount. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 12U passes as you know, as written. All right. 12V, approval of consulting services agreement with District Advocates Group.
Okay, this
Dr.
agreement has gone in front of the SFOC. The group has, and they presented, but it provides program management consulting support as we begin implementing as we continue, but we're going to really begin implementing Measure ABC Bond, the ABC Bond program. DAG will partner with district staff to provide expertise in facilities planning, project development, procurement, construction administration, and, you know, as it relates to the bond implementation and bond program. As presented during the board meeting last month, we are excited to partner with District Advocates Group and begin this important work in delivering projects for our community approved through the Measure ABC. DAG will also help build internal capacity by mentoring staff, strengthening processes, and supporting transparent communication with the board, the school, and the school's facility oversight committee and the community. I was asked by the SFOC to just, you know, we are in a 3-year agreement. What is the termination clause? And I just want to make sure we're really clear. There's 2 main ones in there that's really, we can mutually separate, or if it wasn't mutual, we would be within 30 days of the end of year of the contract. We have 30 days to provide written notice of the annual update of the contract. But again, this is a 3-year contract, and there is, you know, language in there that would allow us to get out of the contract as needed. So then, yeah, the annual cost you'll see not to exceed $492,000 for this contract, and we recommend approval.
Hang on. Yes, so I'm reminding Ms. Cano that we got the presentation last time.
Yes.
But we did not vote on this or for approval. So yeah, can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
A discussion, Dr. Weisberg.
So 2 questions. Looking at the fiscal impact, you said 492, but it says over the initial 3-year term, total not to exceed of 1.476 million.
Yeah, that's the 3 years. So
We do 3.
yes.
Okay. This was a question I was going to ask when we got to the director of bond projects, but I think this fits in. Can you walk me through the sort of family tree of jobs in bond?
Yeah.
So we have Robin and Malihe. So like, I'm trying to understand where Robin and Malihe sit, where the director of bond projects sits, where DAG sits, it's.
Yeah, I showed an
can
org
you-
chart.
Yeah, no, I don't have it in front of me.
Yep,
So
yep.
could you just talk?
So we would have, you know, for me, I would, is this a soup? Under me would be the director of bond projects. And then you'd have, I call them like the 2 dotted lines that would essentially be DAG. And then of course, key analytics that's helping with our financial piece. Below that, directly reporting to the director of bond projects will be the program project managers. And then we are also looking to put one of the clerical, you know, in the facilities area under there as well. Right now, they are all general funded, but we want to get someone really specifically focused on that. Now, do another dotted line to the fiscal side of the house. That would be that fiscal compliance supervisor that would help with overall, just compliance with the bond expenditures and those pieces. And we're looking at that 0.5, 50% bond funded. And then we would also have the position control analyst that would be under the fiscal director and they would have that dotted line, which about 0.25 of them would be funded, making sure that all that work that they're doing is aligning with the bond program and they're staying in compliance. Because remember, anybody who's split funded or anybody in that bond program, we want to have controls and over that. And on top of that, that position control could be looking at internal bond auditing as well to check and make sure there's controls in place. And that's also what was added to the job description. So hopefully
That is helpful. And so it would also be helpful to see, I can go back and do this as well, but how much we're talking about annually that's coming out of bond and how much is coming out of general. Because I think most of the positions we're talking about are 100% bond funded.
Yep.
But then you mentioned one that was 50%, one that was 25%. So it'd be good to know just annually how much of our bond dollars are going to be spent on these positions. And I think that the graph that you shared with us that you just walked us through, I don't know if it's on the bond page.
I presented it to the SFOC as well.
I think it would be great to have up so that people can also understand the structure of our bond team.
We can definitely do that. And then I do believe there's a cost analysis as well that shows the dollar amounts. Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Olson.
In line with that, I know this is a bit of a larger ask. But one of the things that I thought was very compelling about this presentation was leveraging their expertise for savings. And I think that I would be really curious if we could leverage some of their time to make sure they're kind of projecting maybe like estimated savings. I just think that I think it would help for the community to see that, like, one, are we taking advantage of this fee and getting the most out of our dollars? But then, like, because of their resources, what is the approximate amount that we've saved because of that? I think those would be two things that I would really love to see. I guess one is more of a promise, make sure you use
foundationally, that's already in place with Key Analytics, but DAG is going to help support that as well to better articulate the strategic plan and the concept moving forward. But Key Analytics has already started that foundational work to start tracking those other funds and savings down the line. But
got it. And then again, as I was following your diagram, so the director of bond projects will be, I should say it the opposite way. So the control analyst, the compliance supervisor, and the project managers will all report directly to the director of bond projects.
Position control analyst would be under fiscal, and the fiscal compliance supervisors over there.
Okay, so I see why you dotted line.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the dotted line, meaning there's not a direct supervisory. Yeah, so there's a contractual type dotted line, which would go to DAG, and the director of bond projects would work very closely with myself and the DAG to ensure all the higher level stuff is happening. And that other dotted line goes over to Key Analytics that's always looking at the expenditures. Keep in mind that dotted line goes to the fiscal compliance supervisor. So they're all working together conceptually so that we're making sure all the expenditures are following for one, they're compliant. Two, when things are actually being paid, we have routing in place, we have controls in place, and there's real clear steps along the way. So every dollar is accounted for, and we have, the steps are all in a process.
Yeah, I mean, from an accountability standpoint, this is a relief.
When we're all hitting on all cylinders on a big lease back project, my signature will be the sixth signature typically. Like that's kind of the thing. But we all know everybody's meaning of that signature. DAG, Key Analytics, fiscal supervisor, we'll all be working in tandem to make sure that's what's happening.
Rolling up to you. That was it.
So my understanding is that this is replacing a couple of other contracts that we've had this year.
So
a little bit or not at all?
Well, we'll have to bring that back and talk about that because DAG can support But the actual dashboard work and
Not,
submission.
not the analytics piece, but some of the going to the state, going to.
Yeah, that's key.
OPC.
And I was about to say King Consulting.
King,
So
right?
yeah, we will have to talk about that because they give us a really good deal to start off with. But they do submit and do the physical submissions of many of our items, and they also have a full-on dashboard where they track all of that what we're submitting and what compliant documents. So a lot of times when you submit for DSA for some of these reimbursements, you have to provide the audit backup, and so you have to go back 10 or plus years. So King Consulting does a good job of keeping that all in one place, and they're more of a boots on the ground in that case. So again, what's that going to look like? We're probably going to need to look at King Consulting again for that piece.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think-
It's funded out of Fund 40 for King Consulting. They did not come out of bond money too. That can be different.
Okay, that's interesting. So how, to Dr. Weisberg's question then, and maybe this was in the presentation you did, I think now like 4 or 5 meetings ago. When we think about annual administration of our bond program of between kind of consultants and staff time, when we include this, what's kind of a round number? Like when I'm adding those positions up all in, I'm getting to about $1 million or more.
So the entirety of the bond, you look at hard and soft costs. So 80% is going to be the hard costs, 20% the soft costs. We're off to a good start because we did roofs, let's be clear. But anytime we do, so program management is going to be a soft cost. But that's why back to the compliance and reviewing and making sure we're always maintaining that 80-20 split. And we don't want to get to the end of the bond where we would be beyond that. So yes, it might be significant, but when you look at the grand scheme of the bond, we're well within that 20%.
Also in the bond programs, one of the hidden costs is cost escalation on delay. So when we have the full team in place with DAG, bond project manager, our program managers, and the fiscal piece, we'll be more efficient at earmarking the projects, getting them underway. I think we typically, and Alan is here from DAG if you have any questions, but I think we're experiencing like year over year, 7 to 10% cost escalation on projects. And so if we can get a project done with the right team in place and the original time estimate, then we're saving on time and materials, on contractor escalation costs. And so it's like a lot of things we're bringing to you tonight. It's hard to calculate what we're not spending in addition to what we're saving. And then another thing DAG does is as we deliver OPSC applications, they help us make sure that we have the right information that's going into that funnel to be submitted. And so I don't know that we are in line in Burbank for any of the current Prop 2 monies, but in my previous district, through this process, we found $15 million more in reimbursements. And we happened to be already in line. So we're talking about, we built a brand new high school ground up and we had about $70 million coming back on a $275 million project. And now that looks more like 80 to 85 as a result of having this type of a structure. So there's going to be some found dollars, but also not delaying a project year over year. And then having, when that project hits, we thought it was going to cost 4 million, but then it's 10%, 10%, 10%. Now it's 7 million for the same project. So we built a pool in 2011 in my previous district. At one high school was $11 million. This year we're building a pool. It's $27 million. And so it better be a nice pool for $27 million. But that's just an example. If that's about 15 years. And if you look at that cost escalation over time, and tariffs don't help and all those things don't help. So part of this is having the right infrastructure to protect from delay, which cause future cost escalation.
Yeah, that's super helpful. I think the other piece to think about savings is one of our big bond areas is ADA and ADA compliance and Title IX compliance. So the avoidance of legal and lawsuit costs may help us there too, if we're able to finish things faster. I know that that's been something that we've been asking to prioritize. And so if we can get those projects fast tracked and moving forward, then we're saving money in a lot of ways. I mean, saving and actually getting the work done, which is even better for kids that are actually in school today instead of like kids that aren't even born yet. So, okay. Other questions on DAG? All right. Thank you. Moved by Ms. Wilson, seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12W, approval of job description for athletic trainer as amended. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Oh. All right. Is this, who this?
This is me.
Thanks,
Jason.
Dr. Hissey.
So I want to make sure before we start discussing them individually, I want to make sure we have an overview. Since these job descriptions were originally prepared, staff met with CSEA as late as yesterday to make sure we were on the right track. Anyway, we successfully completed because we have to negotiate these job descriptions. And so that's why we did bring an amendment for these as it stands. As a result, the revisions before you tonight reflect the mutually agreed upon changes that differ from what the agenda was released on prior. The versions, including your packet, show the edits in redline format so that the board can clearly see what changed from the previous draft that was released. I wrote that note down. Yes. Not that, not that we've, so again, one other thing I need to throw out there is CSEA still has to go through the 610 process and they do have to ratify these. Okay. For the athletic trainer, this position provides injury prevention, emergency response, rehabilitation, and health support for our students, athletes, while ensuring compliance with CIF and district safety requirements for the high schools. So we do recommend approval of the athletic trainer job description, which we will be looking at having one for each high school. And that would be 2 positions.
All right, discussion. Dr. Weisberg.
I'm curious as to why this is an 11-month, not a 12-month position.
We believe it matched with the seasons in the summer, and that's because
So there's no, let me ask.
Well, yeah.
Yay. My
Mr.
question is,
LaBelle.
my question is specifically that I believe if we have any sports practicing at all, we need to have a trainer within arm's reach. And are we sure that there's at least 1 month out of the year where we do not have anything going on that's school sanctioned athletics?
That time frame will coincide with the dead period for athletics.
Okay,
So they're out, they can't practice,
great.
and everyone's down at one time.
Is that like the month of July or when is that?
I don't know the times that you have set here,
But there is-
but it will be universal for each school.
Okay, cool.
Great. That was my question.
Great.
I have maybe. I should find out. You did not. I don't know.
Other questions on this? Ms. Cano.
Just in terms of for licenses and certificates and requirements, are we wanting all of those? We've got the Board of Certification, which you can get, I guess, in California, and then current athletic trained licensure in the state of California. Then you also have the National Athletic Trainers Association, which I thought you needed to have a master's to get that. Maybe I'm wrong. And then the other things were like, well, yeah, you have CPR if you're a trainer. So all those other things are just like in there. So I was just curious. I mean, that's fine. The more the merrier, but
I was on the same
I mean,
page as
especially
you
after
in that,
drafting
like,
of the
after
department we just
what
got.
we've just learned,
Yeah.
are
I
we
think it would
sure
be
that these are
helpful
the
to
requirements?
clarify which of these are requirements and which are preferred?
Yeah, we can definitely revise that.
It looks like maybe the top one is maybe not.
Board certification, athletic trainer. I'm just going through this, to make sure I'm not missing anything. There's no ors. They're valid.
Well, I'm looking at the state of California in terms of what the bill text was regarding trainers. And this is in 2024. And it said athletic trainers and blah, 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 they graduated from a university, blah, blah, blah. And then 2 is certified by the Board of Certification for the athletic trainers. So I'm thinking that's what we already
Yeah.
have on there with the BOC. So,
That, I mean, that would, I did take this off.
Okay.
Of a typical trainer. That's where I got these from. I'm just, but which one did you think
I thought
required the masters?
the National Athletic Trainer.
Do you guys know if that requires a master's?
For national.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Dr. McCoy, please answer the question at the mic. Thank you.
Trying to get my steps in. So we know it'll require the California certification. What we can do is just work with CSEA and make sure that if the national certification is an or, then we can post it as that and bring the job description back for a final. But typically it's the bachelor's degree plus the certification. Most of those programs are aligned to a master's degree. But it's the certification, then the recertification of those athletic training licenses that are most critical for the district.
Dr. Weisberg.
It occurs to me, so I don't know, Dr. Hasty, if you can sync up and figure out, because with 11-month employees, they have a set schedule, but does that sync up with athletics? Right. Like, I don't know that those two are inherently the same.
We can double check.
I think it'd be good to do that.
We did talk, one of the discussions with CSCA was just having flexibility with hours in general for this job, but we'll definitely make sure it adheres to the calendar. Because we were talking about if the employee needs to be at a late game and, things like that. So how strict are we going to be for the hours? So there will be flexibility within those hours, but we'll check on the calendar.
Yeah, I think we should just be really sure that we don't end up with a month of not having athletic trainers when we need them. Thank you.
How much, so one, I really appreciate taking the feedback on making this a classified position inside management. I think that makes a ton of sense here. And how much were we paying our previous contractors that we had in this position?
It was not this much, but I think
They were contracted in their consultant format at $50 an hour,
Mhm.
and they were not to exceed 30,000, I believe.
Okay.
So it was really restricted.
Okay, got it. And so these will now be employees, so more supervised and more accountable, though for more money. I think it's worth saying, right? So, but certainly more hours, right? Okay. Other questions?
I'm just wondering if we need to wait to approve this until, well, it's a month from now, but I know we can't. Okay, so let me rephrase. We can't wait, but I really want to make sure that that with the 11-month contract, that we are not shooting ourselves in the foot by not having them when we need them. Just getting confirmation that calendar. I'm not worried about the flexibility of hours. I just don't want us to get stuck with sports in session and having nobody there.
I think that's the flexibility discussion that started with CSEA, but it's typical. These are typically classified positions across the state, and they're typically more flexible in hours. So coming in on a Friday at noon because you're going to be there till 10 p.m. with a football activity.
Yeah, that's not the
And
part I'm
then
worried about.
It depends also on when the dead period is.
Right.
So essentially it's about 208 work days. We also know there'll be some extra days, like if a team makes a playoff,
Right.
and we're going to have to provide some overtime compensation to the trainer for that, vacation tournament or that playoff that's over the 11 months. So there's going to be some flexibility there and for additional compensation as needed, depending on the team's schedule. And sometimes that's going to happen. Like, we don't know if we're going to make the playoffs to the last day, and then we have to make some adjustments. But I think that conversation is going to be ensured through CSEA in the 610 process, and we'll make sure that we have everybody's on the same page. This is more of a flexible and less of a start July 1, end May 30.
Got it. Yeah, I think I would just make sure that we can accommodate that within our existing payroll system.
which I know has been sometimes challenging in terms of
It's easier
changing.
with HRS.
It's, yeah, which we don't have.
No, we'll be okay. We'll be able to do it.
Okay. So then it was moved by Dr. Weisberg and seconded by Ms. Cano to approve the job description for the athletic trainer as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, 12X, approval of the job description for communications and multimedia specialist as amended.
Hey, this position supports the district's communications through website management, social media, photography, videography, and multimedia content that keeps our students, families, staff, and community informed. Staff recommends approval of the new communications and multimedia specialist job description.
Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Discussion. Dr. Weisberg.
How are we gonna sort of measure whether the success of this position? Because so much of it, I think, can be measured as far, obviously not everything, but I'm looking at our social media platforms, our website. I'm wondering how we're going to be able to assess at the end of it, whether or not this has been a useful hire. And then my other question, well, I'll ask that, and then I have just one more.
I could tell you that part of the public information officer's responsibility, and this person would be supervised by the public information officer, are the analytics in our social media. So we'll be looking at impressions, views on videos. We'll be looking at how many follows we're getting from when we're starting until annually. We should be bringing sort of a communications update to the board where we can share those analytics and look at the impact of both positions, the BIO and the communications multimedia specialist position. There's also, we've heard a lot about surveying. So when you survey parents and community, that's where you can also get some information on how this information's landing and the type of content that that's bringing in our different generations of parents and different generations of constituents into more information on the district. So we'll have some analytic measures, and then this is something that would probably be included like in a climate survey about communications with the district.
Okay. My other question is one of the other discussion/issues is ensures digital communications comply with ADA. So one of the things that we've run into a fair amount is challenges with getting things translated in a timely fashion, which is not necessarily ADA compliant, but something that we as a district have struggled with. So is that something that is also going to fall under their umbrella, which is making sure that we get things translated correctly in the right languages within a reasonable time frame?
Within the website and the social media platforms, yes.
Okay.
But also there are certain, and I tell people I typed in college on a typewriter. So when it comes to our website, there are certain ADA accommodations that the website itself needs to have.
Right.
And that's for deaf of hard of hearing folks and some other folks. So that's the primary rationale that we see with this person in terms of making that that access.
Okay.
But also they'll be working on an easy translatable format where there's a button and we have our drop down languages, and then you just see the whole website in that other language.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Cano.
Just curious, we have for preferred qualification bilingual in Spanish. Would we want to put Spanish and or Armenian?
That's something you could actually include and if you amended your motion, you could ask us to include that bilingual in Spanish or Armenian preferred.
I think that's a great add. I think one thing that I just want to flag on this one is I think it would be really easy for this person to do a ton of overtime. So I noticed they're hourly. I just want to be careful about that because I have a feeling that when people hear like, oh, this person will help us make our website
useful. There is going to be a lot of work to be done. And so I just want to make sure that we're like protecting this person's time in some ways to make sure that we're using them in the most effective ways. I think one of the things I wanted to share with this group was something that we heard this morning at 5 Star, which was their public information officer was sharing that one of their reductions was going to be their webmaster, or essentially this role, right? And she was saying like, I'm so thankful that that was not someone that was impacted essentially by or didn't end up being impacted, because I could not do my job without someone to actually then go and do the changes to the website and take the pictures and, you know, upload the content, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, we want to make sure that our PIO can do the actual strategy and communications, and that this person can do a lot of the executing. And so I think that it makes that PIO position much more powerful, or much more impactful. Exactly. So yeah, those are my thoughts on it. I don't know that I have questions. The OT on this one, I think, could get cuckoo.
So I'm thinking, but if you're thinking, if somebody was just doing this alone, but if we have the public information person, then they're coming up with a lot of the idea, so the other person is just executing it. So it's not as much as having to do the whole thing. Like I'm coming up with a website from scratch, you know what I mean? That I'm doing the creativity also.
Right. I just think like when we talk about needing like all of our things updated, I imagine that people will say like, oh, now we have someone to do this. So go ask Lorette, because she's our new person who does web stuff.
Well, yeah.
So
There's going to have to be definite parameters. Then I think I think I see what you're saying.
Yep. Yeah. So anything else on this one?
No, but it's 10:21.
I know. I love how much you guys like
We
our.
got some more.
Okay.
alphabet.
It was, if our people, let's vote on amended version that adds a preferred qualification for bilingual in Spanish and or Armenian. That works for folks.
I forgot I had a question.
Oh, okay.
Last time you mentioned that we were going to try and fly this internally first. Did I get that wrong?
We think we may have some qualified internal candidates. And so we had talked about potentially flying it in-house first. And then if we don't have anyone well qualified, then we might go out for that.
Awesome.
All right. So I'm going to amend to include to this amended version bilingual in Spanish and or Armenian. All those in favor, it was moved by Ms. Wilson, seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, 12Y, approval of job description for position control analyst.
Okay, this job reflects the negotiated updates agreed upon with CSCA, including agreed upon salary realignment, which will correlate with the other analysts and the CSCA TA that went from range 60 to 62. So that was the big revision on this one. The position control analyst will play a critical role, role in ensuring staffing, payroll, and funding sources align with board authorized positions, and strengthens the district's internal fiscal controls. We'll be looking to fund this partially out of bond, as I said prior, and we recommend approval.
Make it a motion as amended.
So moved.
Wow, that was very dramatic.
I know. Whisper.
What will she do?
Can I get a second as amended, please?
Hold on, I'm just trying to find it.
Thank you. Discussion.
I just have too many tabs open in my life.
What are we doing for this work right now? Would be my.
We have a personnel transaction form that routes. We have a number of people working really hard, but we definitely need some cohesion, and so I know Mr. LaBelle gets on board, and our background in position control, and once we have actual staff that will be overseeing this directly, we're going to be doing a lot.
Now, I know this could be an area that's ripe
for savings. It often is in districts that don't have great controls in this area.
We have a form.
We have a form, which it is truly an update from when I started on the board when it was on paper. Other discussion on this item?
No, I'm excited we're creating this.
Yes, I think this is a really good ad. What I would love to see is, as changes are made, are those going to be reflected on our personnel report? Do we think?
I would hope so. I just, until we meet and really get that concept down, what that looks like,
Yeah.
I would wait until we get there.
Yeah, I would just love to see like, yeah, we found a bunch of people who are getting paid that shouldn't be, or we found like positions that we can close or whatever it is that are helping us tighten things up, to be able to report out on some of that.
Yeah, we would be able to actually really report on that on your interim budget reports. So we would include in first interim, second interim, a slide that talks about, a slide that talks about how we're managing and implementing position control, and then knock on wood, the benefit into the district's budget.
Great. All right, moved as amended by Ms. Olson, seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. It is 10:25. We have 4 more on new business and then a whole lot on consent, and I have some things to pull. So, just in case, I don't think we'll need this much time, but just in case, can I get a motion to extend for an hour to 11:30?
Oh, so
We're not going to go that late. I believe.
I just want us to get 12:16 and.
Yeah, we're not going, we're going to
yesterday.
finish today because I can only extend one time. So I got a second. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. All right, 12Z, approval of new classified management position, Director of Bond Projects, Dr. Hasty.
Okay, this job description establishes a new director of bond project position to provide day-to-day leadership and oversight of the district's Measure ABC bond program, as discussed during our recent or previous board session in the school facilities oversight committee, where we brought this to them as well. The position is a key component of our strategy to successfully deliver the projects approved by our community. The director of bond projects will oversee planning, design, construction, budgets, schedules, and coordination of bond funded projects while serving as a primary point of accountability for the bond program. And this will be funded 100% on Measure ABC funds. And there is no impact to the district's general fund.
Can I get a motion a second?
So moved.
All right, discussion on this one.
I mean, it seems, my question
like
you've
we-
already answered, which is where does it fall within the tree of bond?
Talked about this one a number of times. I'm just going to go ahead and move it then.
Actually, I do have one
Okay, go ahead.
general question, which is a couple people have asked me, and I think it's valid. As far as who is sort of the final stop on making sure that all of our designs are ADA compliant, EDCO compliant? Because I know that we are fixing some things that when built the first time were not built to code. So who has the final yes on that?
So that's part of that compliance and control, having that routing. And so everybody along the way, but we're going to have, obviously there's certain groups, the architect has certain responsibilities legally. And then of course, as it gets up the chain to the director of bond projects, they would definitely have a lot of that responsibility as well.
Right. All right, it was moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Cano to approve the new classified management position of Director of Bond Projects. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12AA, approval of job description of Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Student Support Services.
Okay, this item approves the job description for assistant superintendent for student services and special education. The purpose of this position is to provide executive level leadership over special education, student support services, mental health, counseling, Section 504, and student wellness programs. The position will help the district reduce legal liability and special ed costs by improving compliance, strengthening operational oversight, identifying efficiencies, and reducing reliance on contracted services over time. The position will also focus on implementing programmatic efficiencies efficiencies and strengthening service delivery while maintaining high quality supports for students. Staff recommends this position for approval.
Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Discussion. Dr. Weisberg?
I have a couple of things, the tiniest of which there's a typo. On the first bullet point or the last bullet point on the first page, it says student safety, wellness, and belongings. And I think it should say belonging unless we're talking about like people's backpacks. My larger questions, are when we look at the major areas that this position oversees, there's very little when you get down to knowledge and abilities and qualifications that speak to the student services component and the mental health component. And I know that there's a lot in here about special education, which to my mind is where the big lift is going to be. But I do think that the skill base in, our foster and homeless youth that student services deals with our mental health offerings to our students and our faculty, which we know is also something we need to take a look at. That was a concern for me. I don't see a lot of specifics that address those two. And my other question is in regards to, I know we can't answer this question necessarily right now, but there's a director in each of these, in both student services and in special education. And so this person is going to supervise both. It talks about supervising personnel, but it doesn't speak specifically to the two director positions. And I assume that has something to do with position control and looking at the way that both departments are structured.
Yes. And to answer your first question, if you wanted to amend the motion to include one line around experience working with foster and homeless populations, preferred experience with working with mental health programs and student wellness programs preferred, you get to include that in your motion, and we would amend those two so that if it was approved, when it goes out for recruitment, then people would see that that's something within the job description. And then I'm almost forgetting the second question. So if you ask me one more time.
That was the big one. The
Supervision.
second one was supervise. It says
Yeah.
supervised personnel, but doesn't specifically highlight the two directors.
Yeah, and I think what how that would come to the board is we've sunshined to you the potential district organizational chart. And once we if this were approved, then that allows us to bring as an action item sometime in the first two August meetings, an approval of the organizational chart revisions where you would see those two directors directly supervised by this particular position. And what we're also then going to be in the business of is finding out who are all our internal folks that work for both departments, and then memorializing that. And then that helps us to start looking at what contracts we can cut down to make sure that, again, we're prioritizing our in-house workforce, we're prioritizing CSEA, we're prioritizing VTA for the services that we're going to provide to students. And I think that's this also helps us as we will have a conversation in the next year about how campus climate intersects with PBIS. Does that need a reboot? Like, this is a place where we'll actually talk about this person would help us with that fundamental campus discipline mindset, and whether our mindset is one of development and care or one of punishment, and how we can adjust and make adjustments to the different cultures our kids come from. And they all bring these rich, unique cultures onto campus, some of which have different ways of communicating and different expectations that we need to really take some care on meeting our communities where they are, and then helping them to understand that that's what inclusivity for us means. And so this is a broad scope of work for sure. And then it will, and that's why you feel the job description is going to feel a little bit broad, because as we get into the work, then we'll have some more definition as to, do now, do soon, and do later.
Other questions, discussion? So do we want to make that amendment to, okay, so that was under knowledge and abilities. So under knowledge and abilities experience, having worked.
Well, we can add it both places. We can add in under essential duties. We can add working with homeless foster populations, working with mental health services and provision of care. And then we can put under preferred qualifications, similar bullet point.
I mean, I thought I saw some of those things under the essential duties and responsibilities, but I didn't see searching for it in the requirements.
That's.
So we can put it in the requirements if it's already in the
It's already in
essential duties. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So I'll leave it to staff to wordsmith, but I think including a preferred experience under knowledge and abilities of working with foster youth and mental health supports. Does that capture your amendment?
Foster youth, homeless youth, and mental health support.
Yes.
Yes.
What did I say? I don't even know anymore. It's too hot in here.
I know. The only other thing I would maybe recommend changing, and I'm curious the feedback, is extent of experience working with the IEP process is preferred, not extensive. I just feel like that's the one thing I'm like, that's required. Does anyone have thoughts on maybe an adjustment to that, or is that not necessary?
So one of the things that I had mentioned to Dr. McCoy in our last check-in was what I would love for staff to evaluate during the interview process is the ability for someone to have done some of these things, right? So like, where have we seen people actually lead change management in improving the IEP process, or, in particular, right? Or improving mental health supports, improving special education teams, et cetera. And so I think, I don't know that it has to be in the job description, but I do think.
It's in knowledge and abilities.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's like, what are we evaluating for? And I feel like you've heard what we need at this point.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Does that sound? And I do think that the changes that have been made more recently to our interview process in terms of having performance tasks lend themselves well to that, right? And so showing not only like a plan for what to do and showing having done some of that, or being able to talk to having done some of that, I think will be really important. Dr. Weisberg.
We've spoken about this briefly in regards to the hiring process and wanting a little more transparency as it gets more codified. But I do want to make sure that I know that BTA and CSE both they sort of not nominate, but appoint their people, which I love. But I also want to make sure that we will have representatives from these departments as part of the panel. However, we are allowed to do that, need to do that. I know in past hiring, we have not had people who have a really solid knowledge base on hiring panels. And I want to make sure that we can feel really confident that that both special education and student services are part of this decision.
Yeah, and Dr. Macias can give us good guidance on those folks that are important to include in the first round panels. And then we've also, as we inform the board, we're now including folks off of executive cabinet on the second round who are going to be closely tied into these areas of work, including some principals, because really, and I understand concern in the community that's been brought to me. This is to positively impact the school site, the students and the families. This isn't a person to sit in the district office and and make more work. And so that's been the message that's been delivered loud and clear to me from those folks who've come forward with concerns that we need to make sure, and this is sort of our move ahead plan for all of us who work here in this building, is how are we delivering services on a daily basis? We're a center of service, and we need to show that and be active in improving the lives of teachers and families and students on a daily basis. And so I think that that culture that we're moving to create, where we're a resource and a service center, you know, not another kind of place.
Great. I want to speak super briefly to that and say that, you know, I think it's been clear that I have been very hesitant about these positions, and it's not, I mean, I think Dr. Macias knows this. I've wanted there to be an assistant superintendent of SPED for as long as I've been here. But one of the things, as I was thinking about these positions and my concerns and my excitement, is that I just think we're at a point where we can't keep doing this stuff the same way and expecting a different result. And that the changes we need to make, especially in special education, are so big and require so much sort of like mental lifting that I don't think our current incarnation can do that without more assistance. I went back and forth thinking about, well, are we putting the cart before the horse, right? Like, we know that there's serious position control issues, but can't we figure that out first? And I don't think we can. And the more time we spend sort of exploring it, the more issues I think have come up, and the more nervous I am about, you know, the fact that I don't think we're showing up for our students and our families, for this specific population, in the way that we need to be. And so I think I wanted to share where my thought process was, because speaking to the point you just made, it is hard if you've been, you know, spent the last year in this district treading water and trying to keep your head above water as we, you know, tried to, whatever euphemism you want to use. And before we even get started, we're creating a bunch of new positions. And I do want to sort of like reiterate what you said, which is that I really do believe that this is going to help our students and our district in general, because I think we have been trying to do the same thing for decades, and it has slowly gotten to a point where we're relying on like 5 people and a rubber band to run this district, and it's not fair. And we're not setting those people up for success, whether they're in the district office, in the classroom, wherever they may be. And so I don't think any of us, you know, take the decision lightly. I think we've all gotten, I think, a lot of feedback, as have you, about people's very serious concerns. And I think it's tough to ask anybody to take a leap of faith after the year that we've had. It's tough for me to do it and to say, you know, I believe in this person who has this vision, because I've said that a lot as a board member. PTSD again, Dr. Macias. But I do think it's important that our communities see the amount of sort of grappling and asking and thinking about truly what's best when we take a step back. And so what you said really made me think of that. And I just think that we need to make some big changes in order to actually see any kind of change, other than hope that things will just get better somehow. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and also acknowledge the concerns that have been shared with us over the last year.
For sure. Ms. Cano.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I also have to say that I think it's not just going to help the kids. I think it's going to help a lot of all the teachers and stuff. So I don't want it, the way it kind of sounded, I don't want it to make it sound like kids are not being served. There's so much that's being done by all the staff. And I'm hoping that this is then going to really help support
That's the whole
doing that job, because they're doing right now, like you said, yeah, it's like 5 people with a rubber band, but it's yeah, for everybody. Yeah.
Any other discussion on this? Feel like we've come far in 6 weeks on this one. Myself included. All right. We had, so We had an amendment on this one. So moved by Ms. Olson and seconded by Ms. Cano to approve the job description as amended. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, 12AB, adoption of the 26-27 budget. Dr. Hasty.
I do want to clarify the resolutions, just because though part of this budget will have one of those resolutions. We talked about interfund borrowing. That's the cash borrowing what we could take for Fund 40. However, interfund transfer would be if we were to transfer money out to another account like deferred maintenance. So that's when we see the transfer out in the budget that's actually you're approving today. So when we do transfer outs, we might, like the current budget we have now is there's a $2 million transfer out that's going to go to other liabilities for retirees. That is a transfer out. And what we're doing is you're doing a resolution to let the public know that we are moving money out of our general fund into a different fund. And so that's what that interfund transfer resolution is about. And my brain just went the way it did when I was asked, but now I want to make sure everybody was clear. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so tonight marks the culmination of several weeks of work. I'd like to sincerely thank the board, cabinet, as well as the Budgetary Advisory Committee for their thoughtful feedback and recommendations. I also want to recognize the incredible fiscal services team led by Director of Fiscal Services, Maricela Salinas. Their professionalism, long hours, they've been working hard, dedication has made it possible to present the budget we brought to you. Staff recommends adoption of the 26-27 budget.
Can I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Any discussion on the 26-27 budget? Ms. Wilson.
I just kind of want to share the journey of this personal and with this team. I mean, to not only wrap my head around understanding the numbers, but then to grapple with my own big feelings about the numbers and how the things that have come from the state and the narratives of the situation that we're in and the new vision and the direction and LACO and all of the contribution that you've brought. This was a really tough go. I don't know if y'all feel the same way personally, but I've spent a lot of hours just really, struggling with a lot of this. And I've expressed some of this here, like last time, about some of the positions, but in general, I want to respectfully thank all of the team members that have answered my obnoxious amounts of questions and concerns. And that you're laughing because it's sometimes I needed to see the numbers this way, and sometimes I needed to see them written in a different structure to really understand, like, are we being responsible? And I'm sure you've all done this before. This is my first time. And I'm just really grateful to the staff and to the conversations that have been had, and let the public know that this was not looked on lightly. I don't need to repeat all the things that you said, but I think we really echo that.
I do think that this was a very different budget than we've ever seen before. So in many ways, but
the change, just from the interim, second interim to this is
absolutely
part one.
a change, but also just in terms of the presentation and the level of detail, right? About what the plan is to get us where we need to be. In prior years, I think I've said, like, the fiscal stabilization plan has been like, let's shake out the couch cushions and like figure out what we can take out. Or like, we'll find $2 million eventually. And I think, again, this is the only board any of us have ever been on. So we were relying on staff to, approve. We were approving what staff was putting in front of us, thinking that that was an appropriate amount of detail. And so when you know more, you do better. And I appreciate this amount of detail, right? That we have a multi-page budget narrative and fiscal stabilization plan narrative is huge, I think, for the board, for the community. That it shows some real dedicated thinking to what are we doing here? I make up nothing has changed since last week. And you mentioned that we are
Has LACO provided like preliminary certification or,
With the AB 1200 coming in today, that was great certification. But what happens next is we do send it to them. I did send the fiscal stabilization plan to LACO, so they've been able to see it. I've not received official word. But again, I know we're going to be fine. There's at this point, we will have.
like Rick's in here and he's not sweating too much.
Yeah,
other than the
and,
fact
he,
that
and
he's
he's seen a
not
lot.
in here.
I brought him along on the journey as well. So I'm constantly sharing our documents with Mr. Brackey and Mr. Wilson and of course Mr. Hollish as well. So the actual certification those does happen after we submit.
But one of the things when you receive an AB 1200 approval on a employee compensation increase, they won't approve you if you're not positive. And so the fact that we were able to receive an AB 1200 on this particular tentative agreement that's now been ratified by the board prior to the adopted budget is a very good sign, because if LA County thought we were going to be qualified, they would have not approved the AB 1200, because that would have been those additional costs go through the 3-year budget. So the good news in advance is that our presentation to the LA County Office of Education is a positive budget, and the fact that they would approve an AB 1200 indicates that there's a good sense that those are going to come together when we get the approval.
And that would have incorporated our fiscal stabilization plan?
Well, yeah. Remember,
Right.
yes.
They have it. Okay, just making sure that it's not double counting things here.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Any other questions, comments on our budget? Thank you to staff.
I just one more. In regard to the fiscal stabilization plan and just kind of looking at, revenue drivers, like I just want to again acknowledge, like, I feel like this board and the team has really been looking at all of these jobs is like, are we saving money? Are we driving revenue? Like the two kind of wavelengths. And the balance of looking at this, you mentioned that that's been new, and I'm just excited. I'm like, and we're going to hold you accountable as you asked us to, for sure. But it's just like a revenue person. I'm just like, I'm excited to see the numbers come in and look forward to supporting that. But again, like just the balance of savings and revenue driving versus just removing, it's energizing, and yeah, we're all going to be excited to see the results, but that's my final.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a snapshot. This is the baseline. And when we see first interim, we should be comparing ourselves like, okay, how are we making progress to the first, to these kind of benchmarks? And like, are we going to be hitting that 75%? Right. That's what I'm going to be looking for at first interim. Okay. Moved by Ms. Olson, seconded by Dr. Weisberg, the adoption of the 26-27 budget. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, 12AC, approval of professional services agreement with Ryland Strategic Business Consulting for payroll and business services support. Dr. Hasty.
This agreement provides payroll and business. It's really mainly payroll support services due to current staff on leave. You remember we did have a contract, CCCEN, that we approved contracts. And I did mention that I was working to get a contract. We got this one in. Just you'll see the cost there. I'm gonna bring it as a not to exceed for 50, but they're at 50,000. But they are $150 per hour if they do so, versus $250. Which is, and so if they do something more high complex, they could take it up to $195 depending on what we're having them do. But they are set to start July 1, and they also have, that person can't make it, they have a backup person that can help as well. I do want to just make sure the board's aware I may ratify because the CCEN contract, I want some overlap. So I need to talk to them, and I might bring their worker back for just about 5 days, just so I can have them collaborate and you have some overlap. But overall, yeah, we're excited because it's just a cost savings for the situation we're dealing with, and hopefully we'll have it remedied by July or August.
Great. Can I get a motion a second?
So moved.
Any discussion or questions?
Thank you.
Moved by Member Olson, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so we have consent agenda. I have a number of things to pull. Do you want to go through yours first? All right. Oof.
Okay. 13
Hang on, slow down. 13-0.
13P, 13Q, 13T, 13X,
Hang on.
13Z,
13X, 13Z, okay.
13AN, 13AR, and 13AT.
13AN, hang on. 13AR
R and AT.
Okay, I should have written down which ones you did as well.
Some of them are grouped in their sort of questioning, so do you need me to read it again?
No, I think she wrote it down here for me. Okay, and then the ones I wanted to pull, can you just leave it for a second? Were 13, you had 13Z, okay. 13AA, 13AH, 13AP.
This is the entire consent.
That's it. So, okay, it's okay. So can I have a motion to approve 13A through 13N, 13R, S, 13U through 13W, 13Y, 13AB through 13AG, 13AI through 13AM, 13AO, 13AQ. I've got it circled, don't worry. 13AS, 13AU, and 13AV as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Oh my God.
Any opposed? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Sure.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Everyone else.
All right. I don't think so. Okay, so 13O was Miss Olson.
13O. I know, let's get to it. My question was essentially, do we need to do this next year? Have we filled this need and will we not need this contract for next year?
Is that mic on?
This is a position that has been flying and continues to fly. It is not filled. But the person who filled this position started off supporting 2 sites, and by the end of the school year supported 3.
So I just am hoping you can kind of speak to, so if it's still just sitting out there as a job description, what are some of the barriers? Like is there anything we can do? I know that this is an ongoing problem for us, right? But like, for example, I'd be curious to understand if the full not to exceed is relatively similar to the job description amount that we're paying.
So this particular position has only been filled by an agency person this year.
Yeah.
So fortunately for this particular position, this is newer this year. Instead of it being flown to cover, this one is for Independent Learning Academy and Burbank Adult School. This person will also support the special education students of Monterey. So what we've done, instead of looking for a special education specialist for ILA and adult school, we're flying it as an itinerant position.
I think that makes sense. I guess I'm still not getting to the crux of like, is it competitive enough based on the amount that we're spending? Like, do we need to reevaluate that position? if it's not getting filled?
It should be. It's an education specialist position, mild, moderate position. I think that's your question, but it's a mild, moderate special education position, teacher position. It would be on the same pay scale as the other mild, moderate education specialists.
And is that somewhere comparable to this one, let's say 130,000 to 160,000?
After benefits, roughly, yes.
Okay. I'm just, yeah, I guess I'm just looking for more, understanding as to why and how we can not jump into this for another year. But
This one is not for another, this one is just through the end of this fiscal, but the next one is for next year.
yeah, and this is the same question, I think, for a lot of these. I mean, this is an extension, right? But I'm wondering, are we going to get this same request to do this again for a whole another year next year?
So not. The extension came out of this particular person's caseload being so high.
Right.
So caseloads for a mild, moderate educational specialist based on education code is 28 unless the district has a waiver for an additional 4. The person who filled this position ended up caseload managing more than even the waiver would allow. But we were allowed to do it because the person was an agency.
Got it.
So because there were that many more students to caseload manage, there were additional IEPs that he needed to complete after the school year ended.
Got it. I mean, that makes sense. I guess in general, it's just like a sort of a, how can we avoid this entire expense for another whole year? Was worth bringing it up.
Just a clarifying question. Are you talking about it being an expense because it's an agency and not a BUSD employee?
Yes. Am I getting that wrong?
No, you're not. It makes more sense because I think what you were asking in the beginning, and tell me if I'm messing this up. Is
Yeah, and it's 11, so I don't know if I'm even making any sense.
we got 30 more minutes. Oh my God. Is if it's competitive, if the salary is competitive with benefits, why we haven't been able to find someone to hire
for this
role as opposed to going back out for this is that what you were asking?
Yes, especially because it ends in 5 days. So it's okay, as we go into next year, are we going to are we going to have to do this entire agency hire all over again?
So it's not the position's existence, it's how we're filling the position. Okay. I need a clarification. So
thank you.
So from my understanding, as of today, there are candidates that have applied for the itinerant special education teacher position.
Okay.
So my hope is that we'll have maybe fill the position. Yes.
Okay. That's better than no candidates.
Exactly.
And that it's been just sitting there in the abyss. I think I could loop this same with 13P, Q, and T.
Can I ask just a very quick question regarding salary? Because this is going to be utilized at adult school. So you said adult school, you said ILA, and then you said Monterey. Is it going to be split funded then with adult school, or is this all coming from general fund with our special education?
The position had been split funded with adult school. But the number of students in special education have gone down. So instead of it being a person who's assigned to the adult school, it will be an itinerant person who is depending on caseload and where there's a need would be able to rotate around the different schools. So there wouldn't be a split fund. It would be special education.
Okay.
And I think what separated O from P, Q, and T is that the O was the extension. P, Q, and T seem to be, my notes are correct.
Years.
Thank you. They're basically looking at an agency full year
For next year.
hire for next year.
Speech language pathologists.
So again, my questions are, 1, have we flown them? Do they have any candidates? And is there anything we can do to not renew these and have an alternative plan? And to that same question is okay, if there is a candidate, if we do make a hire, can we backtrack these?
So yes, these positions, the speech language pathologists and the occupational therapy positions have been flown. Within the last roughly month, there have been job offerings to 4 candidates. 2 I know have said yes and are in the process of being onboarded. 1 was a maybe, and I'm not sure where that person landed. But in the last week and a half, we have gotten 2 resignations. So out of the 27 overall SLPs that we have in our district, there were 3 that were agency. These were the 3. We have 2 people coming on for sure, but now we have 2 additional resignations that we're going to have to find people for. There was an interview. There are interviews that are scheduled for this next week for SLP.
So, I mean, this is more positive than I expected, honestly, but is this too proactive then? Or like, should we wait till we know that these are a definite need to have these on consent? Like, I guess that's my question then is.
It's one of those have it and not need it, then need it and not have it, because by the time August, 13th comes around, we need to start putting students on caseloads and planning how they're going to start receiving their services that following week.
That does make sense. I guess I'm just more of like, how can we be super certain that we're not double dipping by accident? And I know we just like, I guess what I mean is like, great, we hired these people, but then we also confirmed one of these people and we end up overstaffed.
We wouldn't have the agency person come in if there's a district hired person that's filling that assignment.
So you don't have to, there's no termination clause, there's no like notice in the contract. You can just say, I'm not using you.
Don't need it. We don't
Okay.
require the services.
I know that makes sense to me. That wasn't actually what I was asking because I probably didn't word it right. And it's also just a little bit obnoxious. It's obnoxious because I'm pretty much asking, how do we make sure we don't mess that up and have more people than we need?
Yeah.
So all of,
Yeah.
all of those 27 speech and language pathologists are assigned to their different sites. And we have a schedule and a log of each of those people. If there is a new hired person, that person's name goes into that slot and the agency person's name will be removed.
Okay. So that's okay. And so I'm just going to keep moving along. It's 11:30 unless anyone has any comments on these.
Well, so hang on. So 13O, P, Q, and T, you kind of had this, is it the same kind of questions for all 3 of those? Or the 3?
Yeah, O, P, Q, and T are I've gotten
I've
my
exhausted
questions.
those. Okay.
Yes.
So can I have a motion and a second to approve 13O, P, Q, and T?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so then next is 13X.
13X. This is hard for me as someone who used to license software to schools. Looking at this Mondo list, and it's missing some core things for me. I at this point, it would be more disruptive not to just proceed with as you have been approving these in the future. So I'll just provide direction for the future. I want to make sure this is the list. 13X is a list of the software licenses and memberships across the district and the dollar amounts listed. But I think the funding and the use place is lumped into one category, and I'd like to see that separated. I'd also like to see the renewal beginning and end dates, because one of the concerns is like, are some of these 2 year, 3 years, 1 year?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I had the same conversation because we were looking at what happened last year, and typically I would like to have a funding string that you would just know with the resource and even maybe the title of the resource. And I think that'd be 100% doable to make sure we have the licensing window, because these are all just renewals. But you'll see another one in consent because we had to bring it back for the new contract that's going on a new 3 years, right?
Yep, that's the next one.
And that's something I went through all this with the team this week because I'm like, okay, why do we put it here versus here? But and I love that feedback because I think there's some blanks, and I think at one point it was there, and so that's where
I was wondering, oh, these two columns are blank.
we had some talks around it. So I appreciate the feedback, and we will definitely be able to take that back.
Awesome. And this is something I asked from the dais a while back, and I know that at some point it will come, but an entire process for vendor evaluation and renewal where we're looking at usage data, we're making sure we're collecting feedback, and the amount of redundancy and savings that I can just see from this being my business in here is pretty high. It's encouraging in that there's room to save, but seeing licenses that are being separately invoiced at different schools when they could be wrapped up and asked for a discount, it's pretty significant. So I guess those are just the asks for next year, and the redundancy too. Like there are some products that do the same thing. Like I noticed Go Guardian is just at one school site, and then we're using something else for protection licensing other places. So other feedback I'd love to get when we get to this is like, what's working? What are people excited about? So yeah, again, I don't have anything to change to this because I know how disruptive that would be. So I just needed to just provide the directive for future. But does anyone else have any thoughts on?
No, I think that's all right. And I think that some of that, probably not all of it, but some of it could certainly be part of the tech task force.
Yeah.
That the instructional team is putting together. Because I would love their feedback on it because they're especially things that are duplicative.
Mm-hmm.
To your point, I think 13Z goes together with this. So I'd love to hear what you had on 13Z because I had that one circled as well.
Yeah, it's just sort of the general gist of like, okay, so this is a 3-year contract. Do we have any data around like, again, are we getting a good deal? Is there any data to support effectiveness? I just didn't see a ton built in there. And if I'm remembering it correctly, I'm also just a little confused on what exactly it is, if you could speak.
So you have the content filter that's catching any major issues. And then of course, we also have that other piece that if any trigger words are put in, then that will alert administration that we know that we can act on that.
From within what? Inside of programs,
district
search
network.
bar, like
Yeah.
everything.
Everything, the district network.
That's really impressive.
Mhm.
I would love to see data on the types of catches, and I would also love to see the sort of like trigger and process around that. I know that's a whole separate thing, but I will say that that's pretty like there's a lot of districts that fight to get that happening. I can speak to, like, I'm really impressed that that's actually what it was. I was like, that can't be. Yeah.
One of the things, so the reason I circled it was one of the things that was mentioned at 5-Star this morning was one of the districts is one of the features of at least their Lightspeed license was getting data around usage and broken out by various user types within their district. So both like what apps folks are using, what capabilities, how much time they're spending. And so then they were going to be using that to inform their tech task force. I don't know if that's part of these products.
I don't know, but I'm sure we can pull something.
Yeah. Because I think it would be incredibly helpful.
I would also say,
Here we summoned Dr. Anders. I knew he would come over.
I mean, unless what he says is game changing, I see this one as maybe something we might want to just pull and come back and get some data on, because it is a 3-year, unless, again, I know that our next meeting isn't for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, because it's gonna.
But a 3-year contract is,
I mean,
it says that we have exit opportunities, but.
I need to find out. It may have been negotiated for a 3-year to get a discount, but I'm not 100% off the top. I need to check in with Mr. Avery. I would say at minimum, we need to approve the year, because if July 1st comes and goes and we don't have this in place and we're not.
It can increase it,
Yeah.
yeah. That makes sense. Sorry, Dr. Anders.
The question about the usage, we're talking Lightspeed, right? Lightspeed was a product they were had previously put out, but pulled it back because of privacy concerns. like.
It
being-
wasn't on their website. I
Yes.
couldn't find it.
So
Yeah.
they're researching bringing it back. And also, Mr. Avery worked for Lightspeed, so he's very familiar. So if you want to sit down, that would be a great conversation to have with him because he's stayed in close contact with the company.
So they pulled the product.
They're using it.
So wait, they pulled the product though. How are we for privacy? Should that make us concerned?
No, the specific aspect of the product was should be parents being able to see how much screen time their kids had, but it became very burdensome on them to be able to ensure that the parent was only seeing their kid and vice. That was the challenge.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. Any more
So
info?
they've kind of, because of that, they haven't been giving usage data, but they want to bring it back.
Would the board be okay with just getting some data on this over the last 3 years, whatever we have, and then we can either bring it forward in a memo of some type, just so,
Yeah.
because I have a feeling that it's a good product and it's been doing pretty well for us, but I would definitely want to.
The two
Yeah, I
things
don't
I
wanna hold
want
it
to
back.
share is if we transition to a different company, it's a challenge because we have to build out all of the sites that we've sort of overridden that our teachers and classrooms need to use. And so it's like you got to start all over with something like you can have the pre-populated based off the company, but they've tailored some of the sites that we need access to. So you got to start that process over. And GoGuardian or Lightspeed is significantly cheaper than iBoss and GoGuardian, which were the other two.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering why like some schools are using GoGuardian when this is, I wasn't sure if it was
Probably
comparable.
buying a specific product of GoGuardians to monitor specific
Visitors.
students. Yeah.
I think the Go Guardian is used for visitors, but I'll double check.
Oh, interesting. Okay. But yeah, then
I would just say,
that request back.
in terms of this Lightspeed product, we get emails when, like the mental health evaluation team is sent to schools, and often it is because, Lightspeed has picked up within the filter students expressing suicidal ideation within their Chromebooks, right? Or with like on our network. And so like, it just, it's really quite impressive. So thank you. So can we, do you want to how do you want to move this forward? Do you want to would you be comfortable with doing a year? Are we okay doing 3 years? What?
I'm okay moving it forward at this point.
Okay. So then can I get a motion and a second for 13X and 13Z?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, 13AA, this is outdoor science school. It occurs to me as I was looking through this, there is a big range of how many days each school gets for outdoor science school. There's like some schools that are getting 5 days. There are some schools that are getting 3. And hi, Dr. Harris. We've summoned from the corner. So I'm not going to hold my approval on this. I would love for us to address this next year, so that we have more equity across our schools, because I know it's challenging, but yeah.
I do think that it would be a good conversation to revisit. I will say that I do know from my principal experience that different school communities do seem to have different interests in the amount of time they go, for a variety of reasons. Some communities feel that, how can I say it? Some grade level teams are more inclined, or parents are more inclined to let their students go if it's less days, and some prefer more. So there are a lot of factors I've learned over time.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay. This is the conversation we're having. God.
We have LCAP funds identified for this if a site has any problems financially.
Okay. Yeah, I just think like the difference between 3 and 5, if we're saying that this is like instructionally necessary, is a big difference. To be like, oh, well, you get 60% of the time that another school gets, feels very large. So can I get a motion a second for 13AA?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And we will reopen that conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, 13AH, approval of award of contract. This one I just wanted to clarify. It says Thomas Edison in the language, but then the thing says, this is 13AH. The title says Edison, but it's actually for Jefferson. Is that right? I just wanted to make sure that we were, okay. So can I get a motion to approve the award of contract for California paving and grading at Thomas Jefferson Elementary?
So moved.
Second.
All those, oh my God. All those in favor, thank you. Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Oh, my goodness. Okay, 13A and approval of professional services. This was both you and I. Ms. Olson, would you like to go?
Sure. I guess it just didn't have enough information as to why it increased right at the end of the year. I was just curious for the use case.
Velo Group?
Yep.
I think I was also like, there are 5 days left. What is happening? Ms. Nicholson, are you over there? She's coming. You know this one? Not in your book?
Professional services.
Services as needed.
Yeah, it just not a lot of info. It's just a strikeout. So, okay, the way that I perceived this is like, it looks like we are moving a human from somewhere to another place. Okay. So maybe we just, but again, it's extending through the end of the week. So, but it is adding another $12,000, 30, sorry.
Yeah, it feels like it's an approval, but it's really a ratification. So I guess I would give that feedback of like, guys, come. Like, it's, if we've already really spent, I don't think you're spending $32,000 in the next 5 days. I think we've probably spent that money if we're approving it right now. So like, let's call it what it is and call it a ratification if that's what it really is. But we want to pay people for doing work.
So what's the recommended?
I think we have to approve it. They've done the work.
It's just a little, I mean, there's literally no description. Is there any way to
I mean, this is for students on 504 plans. But it does say this does say student services. We're on AN, yeah. It is the existing contract and basically it's just an increase to the existing contract. They probably had to use more hours. My beef with it was really just around it's not a real approval.
Yeah, it also says like
And we
funds
should
are
have more
being
details.
moved from another provider to this recommended provider with,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
We need more detail. All right. Can I get a motion in a second? Any, all those in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, motion passes 3-1. All right, 13AP, this one is Ms. Olson. Fiscal support services contract with LACO.
I said this one, AP?
I thought so. Oh, maybe
I
this one's
said
mine.
A-
This one's mine. Shouldn't this one just say, I know that we are on a lack of going concern through first interim. Shouldn't it just be through December 31st?
Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean, we could definitely amend it. And we most likely will be on that timeline. So,
Is
think-
this amount for a yearly amount? So if I were to amend it, would I cut it in half?
No, no. The 30,000 is the not to exceed, and it's, again, they're just being safe. They're keeping the range
Is there
there.
like a code I could put in to get to happen?
So I'm going to tell you right now, based on the conversations we're having with LACO, I don't see this going much further past first
Okay.
interim, but the 30,000 is what the focus is here.
This says increasing the contract amount by 60.
Yeah. So whether this is a cost share.
Oh, got it. Got it. I get it.
Mhm.
All right. So I'm going to move to amend the contract to end December 31st, 2026. Can I get a second?
So
Optimistic.
Because I would like to hold us accountable to
Yeah.
if we have to extend it, we need to, my words. Yeah, I will, Mom, bless you.
I heard it.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. 13 AR approval for professional services, school business Inc. Ms. Olson. This is you and me. So you want me to go?
I put, yeah, can you?
Yeah.
My notes are like, why do
This
we
is
need this?
Yeah, this is our like business, other business services contractor. And I think my question was just like, aren't we staffed in business services?
We are, but remember, we have new staff and we are also utilizing this specific contractor to train the staff. And also he's been supporting with all the different processes that we need to get in place. And he's also checking our work. And I just want to be really clear about that because as I've been negotiating with various unions, I do consult with an attorney regularly. Ideally, what's going to happen, this would be a not to exceed for 75,000. This will be expected to decrease over time, but we should always have someone essentially on retainer who can check our books. This is just a best practice, and I would highly recommend it. That would be there to support. I'm not going to say it's going to be needed in perpetuity, but we would definitely, it's not bad to have someone on file or online that you can definitely bring in. And again, it would not be, I couldn't see in the next year being more than 50 or 40, maybe even less than that. But this year, given all the items we have to do with FCMAT and making sure we're having someone in there checking these things, the 75 is a good price for what we're doing and what we need to have done.
I think to Ms. Ponce or Camcar's point, I would love us to be a little aspirational and assuming that if we do have to do this for 1 year, that's after that, whatever we need to put some on retainer is okay. But like, I don't want us in a year, everybody should be not perfect yet, but capable.
Yep.
I would assume. And if not, then we have some questions to ask, I guess.
Is it an up to 75?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Not to, thank you.
This is just general fund.
Yeah, I think in that case, I just would want to see like if the scope needs to tighten up, then let's tighten up the scope for the next year. If it's really just checking our work and training. So I'll be less spicy about this one than I planned to.
I mean, it was the same sort of thing with AT, which I think is contracting a former employee.
Yeah, this is a ratification, so this already happened.
Okay.
AT anyway.
But I guess in general, the question is because I was kind of like, if we approve the budget and the positions, can we discontinue these services? Yep. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
we are no longer using these services for AT, is that right? Okay. Okay. So can I get a motion and a second to approve 13 AR and 13 AT as presented?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. 14, reports from board members. I have retirements to read somewhere. Does anyone have any reports to give? Ms. Olson, thank you.
I just wanted to share that I met with the group, the Schools Beyond Screens. And I thought it was valuable to kind of hear some of their points they provided. But I also think that it was a good discussion. I read the book and it was an interesting take for me because it was sort of that book was sort of an attack on the work that I've done the last 15 years of my life. However, the like crux of where this author was getting to, and a lot of what they were saying is really in line with a lot of, like, we're all speaking the same language. And I think it was nice to kind of just speak collaboratively, and that, like, in the next 6 months, between us having our strategic planning and the different things that are kind of moving into place, that I think we'll be able to do better than places like LAUSD. Like, I think that we can come up with a bit of a more like organic solution. And I don't know, that was encouraging, and I just really appreciated the time that they took, but wanted to share that out.
Dr. Weisberg?
Super quick. I think this may be his last meeting with us. Rick, is it your last meeting with us?
What are you talking about?
Guys, I don't
We
even know
just-
who I am at this point. I just want to say how glad I am that we're going to have you for 6 more months. Slacker.
Oh my goodness. All right. So I have retirements to read, and 2 wonderful teachers from Burbank High School. I have Richard Broman, a teacher who began service August 20th, 2024, and Christopher Bickelman, who began service October 13th, 1994. I also have Aaron Ling, a paraeducator for severely impaired at the Burbank Adult School. So thank you all for your amazing service to our district, and we wish you well in your well-deserved retirement. And with that, I will adjourn at 11:30 on the dot. See you tomorrow.